The Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media. For over 15 years, the recognized symbol of excellence and the standard bearer in coverage of sports and entertainment.
JJ, Jeff, you want to kick this thing off? Because I'm still trying to process everything here.
Yeah, it's like,
who wants to go first?
Yeah, who wants to go first?
Well,
Come on in. It's open mic night with your host.
you could maybe say there's really 4 topics, but it's split into 6.
The Renegade, JJ Williams.
The Sammy and Eddie Kingston thing, which one's the better smelling turd?
And his panel of co-hosts.
I am founder. Well, call me that for today since we're going with the Jeff Jarrett love theme here this week, according to JJ.
The West Coast Professor, Jeff Meacham.
Karma is karma is karma.
That's professional wrestling! Damn it!
The Simple Man, Noah Foster.
It's showtime! Yeah! How you doing, JJ? How you doing, Jeff?
James.
Yeah.
And the He-Man, James Hebert.
Imagine Bill Burr, Joe Rogan, Paul White, the Baldies. There you go. It sells itself. Get in there.
Short his ass and shit the bed.
He's not Amber Heard.
Give it time, JJ. Give it time.
Now, I'm sure Jeff has some stuff that
Dumb move. Just don't pull this bullshit again. You get one.
Tony needs to stop caring about the ratings.
Bradshaw said as long as the ads are in place, we're not going to lose that third hour.
Real Honor does not have to be AEW Live. They don't necessarily have to coexist with each other. We kind of saw that tonight to a degree.
Along with a panel of guests.
He is no longer glorious. Don't you bring that up. You want me to rant about what my NXT used to... No, we are done here for the night. I swear, James.
Because you never know who may show up for open mic night.
I leave our company in the capable hands of an extraordinary group of superstars, employees, and executives.
The first thing that came to my mind was, it's about damn time.
Amen.
I literally touched everybody in the state's trash. So it's horrible, you guys.
Peyton's new thing is Dennis the Menace, but it's funny because she calls it Dentist the Medicine. And
That's great.
When Elliot Taylor came out and did Born for Greatness live, I was popping my pussy, having a great time. I didn't care. I was having so much fun.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Fuck Bill Belichick.
Football thing. We got it on wrestling, and then you bring in that shit. That just how the fan goes off the damn rails. Brilliant, brilliant. We're here.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome to another installment of the Saturday Night Shenanigans that are Open Mic Night. I, of course, am your host and moderator, the Renegade of Wrestling, JJ Williams. Hope everyone is having a fantastic Saturday evening. Let's go ahead and start bringing in the illustrious panel. First and foremost, there is no Jeff Meacham this evening. He may be joining us a little bit later. He got called in to go to the hockey game this evening. So the first person we're going to bring in is the voice of the Jeff Meacham Network, the simple man himself, Noah Foster.
Hello.
How are we doing this evening, good sir?
It feels weird not having no professional wrestling on a Saturday night, but that's all right. Doing well. You watch back WrestleMania 29, 23, and 20 for what they're worth. You get some sleep. You beat a game, fun little platformer, and you finish working on church stuff, and you drink a Mountain Dew Code Red, and you're here for this, what I imagine is going to be a very simple show night before the Week of Madness and next weekend where I'm going to be mostly on my Switch. But it's good to see you, JJ, and it's good to see y'all too. I'm doing all right. It's been a good kickoff to the spring season.
Yeah, the WrestleMania week is definitely going to be bonkers. That's why I was a little bit late sending the link out to everybody. I've been legitimately working on a WrestleMania week trailer for everybody. And it is just looking at all the graphics of all the content, and it doesn't even count whether or not you're going to have an ATW view go up that week. It doesn't count if James is going to have anything. It doesn't count Datilla's reviews or anything like that. Just the stuff that regularly broadcasts between myself, Jeff, Mikey, and Greg. Holy crap.
It's going to be a fun week. And again, you never know with me. I might do something impromptu from out of nowhere, but that's my own choice. And up to the family. Shout out to the ATW crew.
Absolutely. Going to go ahead and bring in Color Man Extraordinaire for Ring of Honor and AEW, and the man who's going to be calling GCW Bloodsport X with Walter that week, the He-Man James Hebert. What is going on, good sir?
I'm having I am doing well. Apparently my connection is not, because I might come in choppy at some point, so my apologies in advance on that. But otherwise, I'm doing pretty good. Hopefully I'm not coming in too re-row here. I've been trying to make it work. I think I know what it is. There we go.
Everything sounds good so far.
Good. So yeah, I was trying to run a full scan. Apparently don't do that. Just wait until you aren't doing anything, otherwise it takes up too much bandwidth. But yeah,
you don't do anything during a full PC scan. Period.
Makes a lot of sense now. But yeah, I'm doing good. Just kind of chilling out. I had a celebration of life today because it was the 1 year anniversary. My grandfather passed away. So rest in peace to him. And yeah, we had a good time. We were sharing stories of him, and his wife told amazing stories about how he was like as a person. And then we had a lot of food and celebrated his life. So that was good. Now I'm in a food coma. So that's a thing. I was in a food coma, and then I literally got my ass up to come here on the show. And yeah, that's been my Saturday.
Trust me, I know all about food comas. The Boondocks calls it the itis.
The itis. I know who you. Yeah. You're right. You're right about that. Oh, you're right about that.
What is that I hear? Teleporting into the command center via the Morphin grid. None other than Datilla.
What's up, everybody?
What is going on? I loved watching you giggle. You still get such a genuine kick out of that announcing you coming in.
Because it's funny. I like it. I really like it. I really added a little communicator tone.
Gotta try and have something, to mix things up for people. Noah, James, Jeff, they all pretty much get a standard introduction. But, you and Walter, we've found a little gimmick that we can bring you guys in with, so let's run with it. You know what I mean? It's
it works. It truly does work, and it makes sense for her as well, being a Mighty Morphin person. So God bless it. Good to see you, Datilla.
Hey, and we getting love from both Darren and Mansfield in the comments talking about how much they loved that.
There you go.
Hey, maybe we all need to get some special intro. I need to figure out what mine would be, though.
Yeah, JR's got the freaking the Boomer Sooner. I don't need no intro. I'm simple.
Yeah, you're simple, so you don't need an intro. Me, I feel like I don't know, maybe some animal drums or something like.
If I wasn't the host, then would just be perfect for me, but I'm the host.
Would be perfect for you. Okay, I thought you were gonna say that's perfect for me because I'm as big as Godzilla. Listen, bro.
Well, if you're gonna get summoned, someone would have to go like that and say, "We need JJ now."
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true. Oh yeah, the little hand thing. Yeah,
let's try to
I don't have
combine
my
powers.
dragon dagger. It's up there somewhere. Too bad I don't have it open. Otherwise, I would play it and be like, let's summon JJ.
What the hell is this? Captain Planet? All the freaking elements coming together, all the freaking planets coming together. Stop it.
Hey, listen. I know this is off topic, but my favorite Power Ranger is Spider-Man. That specifically the Japanese IRL show that literally spawned Power Rangers. That Spider-Man. Hey, mystery from hell, Spider-Man.
I've seen the Japanese.
Yeah. I knew somebody would get it. Yeah.
We already got a super chat from Josh. Thank you very much there, Mansfield. All
That's
the love
the
to my
show.
fellow Code Lyoko gal.
Lyoko.
Okay.
Lyoko.
Yeah.
Apologies,
Way
I'm
too
not
short.
big on anime, so.
Nah, you're fine. I totally get you.
Well, anyway, I don't watch as much anime as I used to either, but Kolyoko was the absolute shit.
It was.
Way too damn short. 92 episodes, yet One Piece and Naruto still going on. Bullshit.
We gotta do
I've never seen Naruto. I've seen One Piece.
What?
I've seen One Piece.
Legitimately, like the three of us and like who else like got into that whole debate. I remember there was like a whole debate on the Christmas
show.
show.
His daughter, Natalie.
It wasn't.
It might have been my daughter.
Like
She's
we
big
all
into that.
need to get on like some podcast, even if it's just a one-off, to talk about like our favorite cartoon shows from back in the day. 'Cause we would
Hamtaro?
just
Anybody
have
watch
a
Hamtaro?
field day with
I
that.
remember Hamtaro for a little bit. My sister and I used to enjoy that. No, sing it. Not copyright.
All right. Well, we still have somebody waiting in the
we do
to
have
come
somebody
in.
waiting.
Okay, sorry.
From Connecticut, Mr. Reliable.
Wait for it.
Reliable.
There it is.
There he is. Yeah.
There
we go.
And our residential MMA UFC expert, and I'm gonna be home while working, so I'll be watching you. You best have done all your work and do a great job. And I just got done watching Cruiserweight Classic called by Daniel Bryan and Marvinello. So Walter, this is your greatest test. Good luck.
Yeah, I'm gonna need it, but
I'm
doing well.
I think you'll
as
do
I
it.
always say.
Well,
Yeah, we'll
think of it like this, because like you got the best show to start out with, because you got an MMA crossbreed type show, and I think you do the best when it comes to MMA commentary for sure. So, like, you add that element, you're the play-by-play man just as a result of that, and the fact that you're like, for those who don't know, right? And I've been keeping communication with this man. He's been doing like legitimate research on everybody on the card for that GCW show. So like, I am perfect as the guy for color and talking about the moves, which is what I'm good at doing anyway, as you are well aware of, Noah. So, and especially when it comes to the grapples and the strikes and all that. And if it's as MMA-esque as I think it's gonna be, dude, Walter and I are gonna have a blast with this show. Like, I'm actually looking forward to the show like a lot. But,
Good deal. I'm happy. I'm very happy to hear that. And I look forward towards watching and listening back to it while I'm working from home. I'll be literally right here while working while watching you guys next door. So
there you go, man.
Good stuff.
Good stuff.
All right.
Good stuff.
Yes. I'm looking forward to it all too, man. Like we touched on a little bit, you know, there's going to be so much stuff going on. Of course, we'll get to that later on in the trailers and everything, but for those that don't know what's being talked about, this right here, which we are doing the watch along for, 12 p.m. Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern, Thursday, April 4th.
Yes.
Freaking Masha Slamovich versus Shayna Baszler. TNA versus WWE and GCW. My life is complete.
Mm-hmm.
You talk about the crossover that TNA could have had with WWE. They're testing it in another promotion right now.
Thank you, Josh Barnett, a great friend of Triple H.
True that.
That's exactly what's going on.
And an MMA pioneer.
Yeah. Like that he's probably like one of the most underrated MMA crossover stars, Josh Barnett, for
I
that
think
reason.
that's a fair assessment considering how few actual matches he's had in his, when you look at pro wrestling versus MMA career. I mean, again, the last time he was in the four-sided circle, as we always call it was against Kyle Castagnoli during a kickoff.
Yeah, and that match ruled.
It was incredible.
You know what's the shame is that Dan Severn and Ken Shamrock were too ahead of their time. Can you imagine them now if they were young guys and doing what they did? Because they were the pioneers of the crossover stuff.
And Tank Abbott. Don't sleep on Tank Abbott.
Yeah, Tank Abbott.
Tank Abbott too.
Yeah,
WCW. Yep.
Dude, I'll be real with y'all. Like, I even now, like, just with that stylish show, give me Nick Gage versus Ken Shamrock in the main event of one of these shows any day, bro. Like, think about it. Really, the baddest MFer versus the baddest man on the planet. Yes, please. Sign me up.
I mean, you're not wrong. That's fair. I just got done watching a Wrestler Revolver match with Marina Shafir and Speedball Mike Bailey. You want to talk about Shafir at her strength? What a great concept.
Yeah, for sure.
Gentlemen, look at Josh's comment. All I have to say.
Go do your homework, bro.
Oh, my God.
To be young again.
The residential young boy.
Dan Severn, you should know Ken Shamrock and Tank Abbott.
I think he's talking about
WCW so didn't know what to do with Tank Abbott that they had him dance to 3 counts performances.
Which was, by the way, hilarious.
It was hilarious, but like, dude, at least WWE was able to book Shamrock properly.
Yeah, dude.
Even with Shamrock, his theme alone was badass.
Yeah, it was.
All right.
Anyway.
We're going to go ahead and try to rein things in just a little bit. I've been allowing it to be a little bit more lax today because we really don't have that much to talk about. So figure, if we let a little bit of bullshit go, if we get off the rails a little bit today, not a huge deal. But the first topic we're going to discuss is something I know that Noah's going to be happy to get into, as there wasn't just one, but there were 2 brand new champions crowned on Dynamite.
Hey, Antonio!
Jesus
As
Christ.
Adam Copeland became a 2-time TNT champion. I really don't count the first one because he lost it in like under 5 minutes. So this is truly his first reign with it.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Kazuchika Okada defeated Eddie Kingston for the Continental Championship.
Right.
Yes.
So, Noah, we'll go ahead and go to you first. Thoughts about the victories here? Were they the right call? More specifically, I'm looking towards the Eddie Kingston thing because I think everybody in the room would agree Adam Copeland defeating Christian needed to happen. But did they give a belt to Okada too quickly, considering Kingston only won the belts in December? You would have thought that maybe he would have dumped it on a pay-per-view match or something. So, more so towards Kingston and Okada. Did Okada get a belt too quickly? Are we happy with the new champions? And we'll go around the room and we'll all discuss all these, give thoughts. But Noah, you're up first since you're Mr. AEW in the room.
Yes, wherever I am, all league, because I love professional wrestling, damn it. Anyway, first off, great first singles match for Kazuchika Okada and Eddie Kingston. Everything I expected to see exhibited, from a big match feel, from the pre-match hype to the strong style showcase scenes. And as James says, best worker since Ric Flair. Tell me Okada wasn't working like a classic heel in that match. I dare you. As far as the title goes and getting it out the gate, maybe. I kind of was wondering if they were going to push this out to Dynasty, but the way they kind of built it out so quickly, I could kind of see why they did, because they wanted to get that big bump in Toronto, where, again, it's Bizarro World. Also, it's one of those things where AEW is such a rarity when it comes to disqualifications and time limit draws. It's one of those things where I kind of wanted Okada winning at Dynasty, but I'm not necessarily upset with him winning it so far on Dynamite so soon, considering it looks like now they're finally going to look at these titles as separate. We know that Eddie Kingston is going to defend the Ring of Honor World Championship against Mark Briscoe, Supercard Honor. Get ready to call that, James. And we also know that Eddie Kingston is going to now defend the NWA Strong Openweight Championship, potentially before it's actually defended at New Japan Resurgence. Can't wait for that pay-per-view. So, in my opinion, it kind of brings more identity towards all the championships. Again, as far as Okada getting a singles title this soon, I kind of wanted to wait for him to get his first title win on pay-per-view. But with what they're going to probably try and do with the Continental Championship, especially with it being focused as the premier title to go after through the Continental Classic, I'm okay with it. Plus, it's not like it's going to be one of those open challenge things. Let's face it. The International Championship was a previous Open Challenge Championship. Now with Adam Copeland being the TNT champion, I think that's going to go back to maybe Cope Open Challenge. The Continental will probably be more preserved. So I don't think necessarily it was a bad way to do it, but I kind of wish it went out to the pay-per-view. As far as Adam Copeland and Christian Cage goes, look, you couldn't ask for a better summary, a better story finish. Ain't that some crazy shit? When it comes to callbacks towards 40 years of history, friendship, rivalry, one-upsmanship in their native Canada, where they started out as nothing but fans of hockey. Even I understood, and this is a freaking professional wrestling fan that doesn't give jack shit about any sport. Even I understood the Bruin versus Maple Leaf reference, hockey fight in the penalty box. What does that tell you? So, regardless, I'm not upset with either thing. Yes, you're welcome. That probably will never happen again. Either way, I'm not upset at all with what happened on the Dynamite Toronto with both the title changes. If nothing else, I think Dynamite right now is starting out stronger than ever. I'm definitely restoring a better feeling within me when it comes to the environment. So at this point now, I'm just wondering, how does Okada preserve the Continental Championship, knowing that you can't have any seconds at ringside? They're all banned. Keep in mind, that's a rule for the Continental Championship. So at the end of the day, Okada has to defend this on his own alone. A whole different identity for a heel Rainmaker, and I'm very curious to see how that works. So honestly, I'm okay with both things that happened in Toronto. Very good episode and great accomplishments for both men.
I know that the Continental Crown is supposed to be defended no seconds or anything, but I feel with who Okada is currently running with, I feel like they could have found a way to do some kind of run-in schmozzy thing so that we could have pushed the storyline to Dynasty. I think that was my thing as far as that goes. Well, and especially cutting to the back and seeing those two jagoffs on camera fist bumping each other sitting next to Tony Khan, like
well, at least they didn't cut the lights out like a House of Torture running in New Japan Pro Wrestling and, force the match decision due to, a storm that happened during freaking Sacrifice that still exists. So I do understand where you're coming from, but for me, it's Okada being heel. I know how great he is already as an in-ring competitor, as a champion. Now I'm really curious to see how sneaky he could be as a worker. And so far, strong first impression.
See, everyone knows that I'm not the biggest on Eddie Kingston. But this makes me wonder if Tony has maybe lost a little bit of faith in him. He's dropped the Continental Crown now. Supercard of Honor, he's got Mark Briscoe. Almost a year after losing his brother, finish this story. The championship that Mark Briscoe has never had. He's got the opportunity to dethrone Eddie Kingston for. Is Eddie going to lose that belt too on the heels of this and then just have the New Japan title, whichever it is? Forgive me for not keeping up with that.
And NWW Strong Championship. But I understand what you're saying. And according to this, maybe he wants Eddie Kingston to just focus primarily in one company. Do you want him to represent Ring of Honor? Do you want him to represent New Japan Pro Wrestling? Because if you watch Ring of Honor, Eddie Kingston says, humble in victory, humble in defeat, to hell with that after Homicide called me a pussy. He says that he's going to literally fight for everything that's worth because he doesn't want that feeling of losing again. For all we know, we might be going back to the old give no shits Eddie Kingston, and it might just be one focus. So I think it's just more so reshaping rather than losing faith. Because again, Eddie Kingston's been at people's choice for how long now? Since winning all 3 of these titles? Going back to the first title he won in Corrigan Hall on Independence Day, July 4th against Kenta. So Eddie Kingston going heel, focused in one company. If that's the end game, then I'm okay with it. But it does leave me a lot to think on suspension of disbelief if Mark Briscoe is going to win the Ring of Honor World Championship.
Go ahead, James. You're next. I just wanted to, get a little banter here with Noah because I figured if anybody would be able to answer my questions, it would be him. So go ahead, bro.
Anytime. What you got, James?
So for me, I think there's multiple aspects to tackle. We don't even need to tackle the Adam Copeland thing because, as you said, JJ, that had to happen. It was calling for it anyway.
It was a great moment. I mean, think about that.
Phenomenal.
Christian Cage, Adam Copeland, main eventing in their hometown, in what really is arguably the second biggest scope right now in the professional wrestling industry.
Yeah. So as far as Okada goes and Eddie Kingston goes, because I'm going to tackle this as like a part A, part B here.
That's
fair because they were part of the match together, so that makes sense.
And I think both are going different directions.
Yes,
going forward.
With Okada winning the Continental Crown Championship or the Continental Championship, I'm just going to call it as it is, just to make it easier on myself.
Go for it.
You could argue it's too soon. But I counter your point with a little tidbit that Okada picked up from one AJ Styles. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a history lesson.
Please do.
When AJ Styles...
And I'm only off camera here because I just finally got served dinner, but I'm still here,
fair.
So go ahead.
You're good, brother.
So AJ Styles came into New Japan Pro Wrestling literally, and I mean right out of the gate.
Bat out of hell.
Inserted himself into the Golden Star Bullet Club. Everybody confuses him as the leader. He was actually just a prodigal child. Carl Anderson, the new leader, actually picked up for Bullet Club.
Yep.
He knew he was the future, so he put all of his eggs in that basket. Right? That was the whole story going in. AJ came in, wrecked shop, Pearl Harbored Kazuchika Okada from behind. They had the match 3 weeks later, and AJ won the IWGP World Heavyweight Championship.
In Dontaku.
Dontaku, yes. So AJ did that. Why did AJ do that? Because AJ Styles, outside of WWE and even within WWE, at that time in 2014, there was nobody better on the planet than AJ Styles. Nobody on the planet better than AJ Styles. And you can make that same argument because AJ Styles and Kazuchika Okada at that time were 1A, 1B. Kazuchika Okada, to this day, is still 1A. He's still at that top echelon of professional wrestlers. Has been for a while. The amount of times he's won Pro Wrestler of the Year awards in Pro Wrestling Illustrated, the Observer Awards, although we've fucking shit on that. All sorts of different awards, right? This guy gets number 1 or is at least in the top 5, if not top 10. He's that damn good. That's a universal praise that he has gotten. So for you to come in and not have him win his championship almost, the third weekend, that would be an insult to Okada. It absolutely made the most sense to give Okada the first championship. In fact, much like how Christian Cage put prestige back into the TNT Championship, I think this is going to add a great layer and great prestige to the Continental Championship in AEW. And, the fact that, you had 2 major title changes that really completely shaped the face of AEW like overnight, the way they did. And they did it in such a way where it made Okada look strong. It didn't make him look weak. It made Eddie Kingston look strong in defeat. And Okada can prove that not only can this guy work face, he can work like a prick heel too.
Yep.
If Kazuchika Okada, if Kazuchika Okada and MJF does not happen at some point during this run, I will be shocked. Because we're talking 1A, 1B of AEW here,
Take my money.
Seriously, look at the champions you have as a result of that. Just look at the championships in AEW as a result of these 2 wins, right? The world champion, Samoa Joe. The TNT champion, Adam Copeland. The Continental champion, Kazuchika Okada. The international champion, Roderick Strong. The AEW World Tag Team Champions.
To be determined. But you imagine one of the 2 teams that have been feuding for the last few months have probably FTR or Blackpool Combat Club are going to win that. Hopefully FTR. But before that, it was Sting and Darby Allin.
I'm going to say it right now, bro.
Don't say it. I know
I'm going to say it. I would bet every penny.
Let's hold off. Let's hold off on it.
I'm just going to say it. I would bet every dollar in my bank account that the Massey brothers are going to get it.
No, if I was a gambler,
they had the title shot anytime they wanted. They lost it to Jericho and Omega, only for Omega to go out with diverticulitis.
You
rewind it back and you get it back to them. I hate it, but it's fact.
If
you don't think now that they're leaning into this heel EVP bullshit, that the EVPs aren't going to give themselves that gold with Okada with his championship, you're crazy.
No, I agree, but I would rather FTR at this point. Dude, it's been over with them. They are.
I'd rather Private Party at this point.
Yeah,
let's be real.
They're getting their win back over Private Party. I'm just going to put that out there right now. It's the first team that the Young Bucks lost to when AEW.
Hey, well, here's where I say this is the dumbest thing if they do that. If you had Okada win a singles championship, you didn't even have them go for the trios titles. You got so much flack for putting him with the fucking Messi brothers, right?
Yes.
That you didn't have a choice. And let me reiterate that. You didn't even have a choice but to make Okada a single star and give him the Continental Championship. So let's just nip that out of the bud right away. So I think raising enough stake, they may actually freaking listen. Shocked to say about AEW, I know, but they already did it once when it came to Okada. Now, technically, yes, he's still with the Messi brothers, but now he's got a championship where he cannot have help. At least that's so to be believed. Which is good, by the way. I think that's a great way to book Okada because it makes him look strong, even if he does have a group of hooligans with him. So that works out. And I can watch Okada matches without having to turn my back because the Young Bucks are on TV. But yeah, no. I mean, you look at those champions, just singles championships. Take the tag team and the trios out of it. That's a hell of a lineup for championships. Yeah. That's crazy good. You know what I mean? That shows to you, not only do we have our established stars, but we have our new stars coming up. And I mean, you look at some of the talent they have, like Will Ospreay, Swerve Strickland, Konosuke Takeshita, Daniel Garcia, all these new guys that are coming through, they're going to make a big splash there. So I think Okada winning the title was the right call because I think whoever gets the belt off of him is going to look better in the long run, just like they booked him in New Japan. So that was a very smart move the way they went about that. As far as Eddie Kingston goes, Kingston has been on this tribute to the Japanese wrestling kick for a very long time, which he always wanted to kind of pay tribute. And I think when he won that Continental Championship and became a triple world champion right there and then, mission accomplished. He gave tribute to his idol in Mitsuharu Misawa when he won the Triple Crown champion in Japan. all that time ago. So that's already done. He doesn't need to keep defending the title. Plus, he had a great match for that championship, all 3 belts with Bryan Danielson. I mean, you can't get any better than that. So I don't think you need to do anything else. Honestly, I think Eddie, and Eddie's this type of guy anyway. He's such a great promo. I know you guys don't like him, personally, but he's such a good promo that if he loses the next 2 championships, it ain't gonna matter, because if you put him in a program with, say, a guy like Samoa Joe or Swerve Strickland for the World Championship, I mainly kind of want to see him and Swerve go at it, and the only reason I say that is because that'd be like Def Jam Fight for New York all day. Those promos would be absurd. But that's neither here nor there. But I think Kingston is going back to what got him to the dance in the first place, and that's that no nonsense, I'm gonna kill you, I have no remorse for you attitude, which is what got him over in AEW in the first place, because that's what got him over in the Indies for years.
Real talk.
So
let me interrupt real quick.
I think you're gonna go back to that, is my point. Go ahead, JJ.
Let me interrupt real quick. As everyone can see, we have Jeff on screen.
Hi,
Jeff.
Jeff.
Joined us. Can you hear us?
I can hear you just fine. I wanted to pop in really quick because I had an opportunity, because I'm in the JD, I'll appreciate this. I'm on level B, suite level, so I actually have some quiet. So I want to say hi really quick while I could.
And then apparently we have in the green room El Hijo del DB.
Oh no! Oh, he's back.
Hola, ¿qué pasa?
Hey, what's up, bro?
Oh, okay. I'm like, what the shit? Okay, I got you.
Hey, what's going on?
Hopefully Mansfield is still watching.
Hello down there.
Hello there.
So like I said, it was really brief. We're at intermission. We're almost going to be not at intermission anymore, but I wanted to say hello quickly. I will be back at the end if we're on till 12, which hoping for y'all say you're not. And JJ, again, thank you for steering the ship as you do in my having to be tagged in tonight. So love you guys, miss you guys. Everybody's been told the next 2 Saturdays, unless somebody's dying or my kid's in jeopardy, everybody in this room, everybody else besides the folks in this room and watching can go fuck off for the next 2 weeks, because I will be here.
There you go.
So have fun, guys.
Yes, sir. Thank you for popping in real quick.
Yep. And James, also, let's not exclude the women. Julia Hart, homegrown talent. Toni Storm, established Stardom, former champion right now, with protege Mariah May, who had 99 matches in her just last year run in Stardom. So AEW truly is cultivating a lot of promise for the future, not just of their company, but of the wrestling industry. And it's a beautiful thing to see. And they have great names, like you said, great status quos, great standards to help build off of it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be real with you, and like, if they can get their booking right, which, with Tony Khan can kind of be a crapshoot sometimes. Although I will say it sounds like he's finally started to grow some balls, because he's really had no choice, or else his company's in the pits. So I think he really has to now. I think Okada winning the title, the Continental title by himself, was gives me a little bit of hope that that's actually the case. Literally everybody but the Messi brothers. Let's not even kid ourselves. If you don't believe me, by the way, look at WrestleNomics, folks. Everybody on that roster is over for the most part. They have one of the most talented rosters ever assembled. Like, probably the most talented roster assembled, only up to when they had Punk, Cole, and Danielson. That entire roster, when those 3 signed. That's probably the only one that rivals it. And even then, there's a lot more promise longevity-wise with the 3 names they got now, with Mercedes and Okada and Will Ospreay. I mean, by the way, we are talking about Kingston and Okada and the championship title changes with Adam Copeland and Kazuchika Okada, but man, Ospreay. I mean, what an underrated freaking promo, man. Like, this guy might be one of the best, like, mic workers in the business. And I'm not just saying pro wrestling. I'm talking combat sports, period. We're talking this guy who's got Conor McGregor levels of, like, charisma. That's saying a lot, by the way, because that guy drew 1 million pay-per-view buys. He's got that level of energy. Now, I'm not saying he's going to, like, draw 1 million pay-per-view buys right out of the gate because of his promos, but, like, just him alone. Danielson hasn't even had to say a fucking word. And I'm like, take my money for this match because he literally put this over as, like, the biggest match of all time.
Yeah.
Like, it like the biggest match of his career, the biggest match in AEW, all the jazz. He has made this. That's how you sell a pay-per-view match, man. Like, seriously. MJF, Will Ospreay, Okada. Those are like the 3 people that you have to look at on how to sell a match. And I say Okada even though he speaks a different language. But if you see how he sells matches, oh boy. That's why I say that. So those are great names to sell your pay-per-view.
Absolutely.
Man, they got a great roster. They really do. It's very promising.
Yeah, I will not sell short AEW's roster because they have got Tony Khan has basically assembled the New York Yankees in wrestling form.
How fucking dare you?
I agree.
It is what it is, bro. But
I have no comment. I don't watch any sport but pro wrestling.
You couldn't say the Atlanta Braves. Come on now.
Dude, how many championships have the Braves won as compared to the Yankees?
Listen, they're still everybody at least respects the Braves, all right? Come on.
That's debatable.
You could have used the Patriots.
I'm not a football guy.
I'll never use nobody.
I'm not a
use
football
the Patriots
guy.
but us, bro.
But the bottom line being is the AEW roster is an all-star team.
Yeah.
Who in the
But at the same time, you know, to Emmanuel's point in his super chat, thank you very much, Emmanuel. How do you put over people in AEW? Because something is missing. The biggest problem that I see right now in the roster is it's overbloated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are more people on the roster than there's TV time to showcase. And that's one of the things I'm going to get into when I do my next Inside the Mind of the Renegade. I'm trying to wait until after Dynasty to see how that plays out before I pull the trigger on that show. But I'm going to be talking very directly to Tony Khan about what he can do to right the ship. I'm not saying that it's sinking, but there's definitely a lot of areas that could use some improvement. I think we all could agree on that.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be directing that to him.
Yeah. So we say all the same thing. Again, we talk about it's not just an AEW thing, but we know AEW has so much promise. We want to see it thrive. WWE has always had that problem. And that's why I talk about IKEA for certain things, but the industry is the industry. The problem right now with the industry, and I don't know if it's a problem or a great thing, there is so much quality, but there's such an overwhelming level of quantity that not even the 2 biggest companies in the world know what to do with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, continue.
To answer the other question, the chat room from The Real Wyatt, El Hijo del DB is our good buddy Matty Laws, who you can see Wednesdays on the Greg Cherry Show and on the Raw Ball podcasts.
He's a good man.
Real Wyatt's got his breaking kayfabe.
Don't y'all be trying to talk me up as something I ain't.
He pops in here every now and again when he doesn't have anything better to go and do. What's up, Walter? I see you up very patiently.
You talked about AEW's roster, and it's like they got a nice roster, I can say, but you got a few nice cars, but you keep it in the garage all day and nobody sees them. What's the point? If you just let them sit in the garage collecting dust, you got to showcase these people.
That's true. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. I get that. That's why they had like Dark and Elevation for a period of time that did that.
And By the way, I still have my skepticism about AEW. Like, let's not kid ourselves.
We all need to have that after what we've seen in the past, whether it comes to twat activity on the internet or it comes to foolish decision making.
Yeah, I mean, either one, the way you look at it, for sure. Like, as long as Tony Khan gets the wax out of his ears and his head out of his own ass, or out of the Messi brothers' ass in this case, we're in good shape.
Yeah.
Like, this is an all-star roster. You would have to be like, and my apologies on this, but this is true, especially during this time. You would have to be on the levels of Vince Russo, Eric Bischoff, and Hulk Hogan from TNA 2010 to really screw this up. Like, you really would have to be.
Why did TNA put out a playlist of Immortal? Worst video ever.
Dude, I don't get it either. Yeah.
Put out Bobby Roode It Factor. That's when you actually had some damn light put back in the app.
Yeah, well, that light was dim.
Hear off the
chains,
late. Bobby Roode?
Yeah, right, you did.
Right. Goddamn right.
Before Josh Alexander became the longest reigning TNA, I can say TNA now, damn it, TNA heavyweight champion of all time. Shoot.
It may be our NXT, damn it.
Before Bobby Roode was freaking glorious.
I was gonna say, I know it's our NXT, damn it, but It Factor was better than Glorious. I stand by that statement. You're not gonna at me on that.
James. Look, James, I understand that, but I'm just saying it was a truly glorious time when that did happen though in NXT. Because when Bobby Roode was signed, I was like, this is fucking awesome because that's such an incredible talent.
Yeah.
And I'm glad he got to where he wants to be now, finally. A producer.
Let's all be 100% honest here, though, and say that Beer Money Bobby Roode was the best version of Bobby Roode.
That I agree with.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Attila, did you have a question? I thought I saw your hand up.
No question.
All right.
Moving on to Maddie then, since he wasn't here when we first mentioned the topic. We're talking about Adam Copeland and Okada winning championships on Wednesday.
Okay. So,
especially when it comes to Okada over Kingston, was it the right call to do so quickly? Does this mean that Kingston is probably going to lose the Ring of Honor title to Mark Briscoe at Supercard of Honor?
The answer to both of those questions can probably be answered with yes. I apologize, I'm still cooking.
The man has to cook. El Hijo, we have to cook.
Sorry.
Anyway, back to the topic. Let's focus here. Come on, let's focus.
With Okada, him beating Kingston makes 1,000% sense. Okada, one of the best wrestlers on the fucking planet. Him getting the Continental title in like his first singles match really doesn't do what it should for me, mostly because you guys just established this title not only 3-4 months ago.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
As for Copeland beating Christian, I'm just looking forward to the run, I guess. I'm looking forward to see what he does with the belt, because if he does anything but fuck up what Christian set up with that belt, I'm going to be a very, very sad man. As for Okada, I just feel like if he's going to win a title, it should be a title of a higher caliber as opposed to a title that they just implemented less than a year ago.
If I can counter your point on that, though, if you wouldn't mind.
Of course, go ahead.
Okay, so hear me out as you cook. I actually argue against that because what established title are you going to give him? Yes, you have too many titles on AEW. You can make that argument all day long. However, at the end of the day, even at-home competition is really good competition. So
I just want to understand one thing, and that being, why do we put a singles title on Okada ASAP, like as soon as possible?
I'll get to that in a second. I'll make it quick on this one because everybody else already heard the deal. But AJ Styles got the title from Kazuchika Okada, the IWGP World Title. So therefore, you got to have Okada do the same thing because he's a big Japanese export. So it's a great Buddha. That's kind of the reason. Anyway, as far as like him getting the championship that just got established, I think it's better he do that because number one, he may have a legitimately storied rivalry with maybe a guy like Eddie Kingston, maybe him and Kenny Omega. You can really establish that as a workhorse title of sorts because TNT title is kind of like established as the story title. International titles kind of established as the endurance championship, right? Mm-hmm. The world championship is established of here we are, you're at the top
biggest prize of
because
them all.
you got
it's the ultimate prize.
Exactly. So I like that system, and I think Okada winning this new championship is going to give it way more credibility than if you just shoehorn a championship that already has some level of prestige and just kind of go balls to the wall with that. I think it's way better use of Okada than to just give him a world championship or a TNT championship or one of their other established titles.
It basically gives the Continental its own identity with somebody that can create it. And to go with James' point as well, think about this. AJ Styles, when he came into Japan Pro Wrestling, to your point, he took the title from Okada to Taku, but then Okada very quickly got it back at Dominion. So it was almost one of those things like, here's AJ, he won this title, take a look at me, take a look at New Japan. With Okada, they're not necessarily going to do the same thing. I don't expect Okada to lose this at Dynasty, where right now it looks like they're setting up him versus Pac, but with Okada having the Continental Championship, it does give it a different level of prestige where it's like, who the hell can beat the Rainmaker, especially when the Rainmaker's working heel?
Yeah, I was going to make the same point James did, to counterpoint Maddie. And this isn't even just personal bias towards Eddie Kingston, so please don't take it as that. But Eddie Kingston was not going to be the guy to establish that title.
No.
But you give that belt to Okada, he's going to make that belt mean something.
Damn right.
Eddie Kingston is like Buddy Rogers for the Continental Championship. Perfectly fine first champion. But where do you fall?
Okada's going to be Bruno Sammartino.
Exactly, JJ. Thank you.
Well, yeah, but a Bruno Sammartino actually shows up for work constantly as a presence and make a title mean something versus hold it hostage. What? Anyway.
That's why we said Okada's going to be Bruno Sammartino, not Roman Reigns.
Exactly.
Pay attention, Noah. We got this. We'll
anyway, I think the other question...
Roman in a later topic, I'm sure. So
I think the other question was... is Kingston going to drop the ROH title to Briscoe at Supercard? And
now that he's lost this championship, do you think it's almost a foregone conclusion that he's going to lose the ROH title to Mark Briscoe at Supercard of Honor?
Keep in mind, Maddie, he's had the Ring of Honor World Championship since last year when he won against Claudio Castagnoli at Offer Ash Stadium in the fall.
I wouldn't say that it is a given that Briscoe's going to win, but damn it, would I love to see Mark Briscoe hold that belt.
He should.
I think he had a chance for the Ring of Honor World Television Championship in a rival he never beat in singles action, Samoa Joe, and again, we all thought that was going to be his moment, and he came up short, but earned Joe's respect. Here, though, when we're in the land of extreme and we're in Philly and we're 11 years pretty much to the day that his brother won his first Ring of Honor World Championship from Kevin Steen, it almost sounds too damn poetic to not have a storybook ending.
And if we know TK does one thing proper, it's those big story, big feel moments.
Yeah, for sure.
That's fair.
So it's going to be one hell of an emotional match, and I do think that Briscoe takes the belt, and Kingston's been busting his ass for like a year and a half solid without a break. So give that man a small vacation.
I agree. That's my point. Yeah.
Here's the thing. He's not getting a small vacation. I know this is not part of the schedule, but you might want to. He's going to be involved in an 8-man war against a team led by Gabe Kidd at Windy City Riot for New Japan Pro Wrestling, April 12th.
Well, I mean, okay. I think the mini vacation is he doesn't have to defend 3 championships.
That's fair.
I mean, you figure you've got Windy City Riot April 12th, and you got Dynasty April 21st. Who's to say that he can't take a break after that?
True.
Yeah, and then come back.
Because you got to figure they're probably going to push to his rematch against Okada.
And we could do that around Double or Nothing as well. Like, bring him back around then.
True. Also, Resurgence is tired of Double or Nothing, and he still has the WWE Strong Openweight Championship and unfinished business with Gabe Kidd. It might be a way for him and Gabe Kidd to finally finish out their rivalry that's been ongoing since, honestly, Battle in the Valley.
Fuck it. When's Forbidden Door 3?
Date hasn't been announced yet, but probably in June.
Okay.
No.
Because if you're going to do Gabe Kidd versus King for the New Japan Strong Belt, do it at
That's what I'm
Forbidden Door
thinking. If they don't do it by Forbidden Door, I think they very well could do it by Resurgence. The Resurgence is May 11th.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of weird stuff right now going on across the entire wrestling industry, and a lot of it.
It's Mania season, man. It's Mania season, man. Shit's gonna get crazy.
Well, I already knew
we'll
that.
be showing that momentarily. Let's keep
Oh, yeah.
moving though, because Walter and Attila still have to speak on this topic. So go ahead, Walter.
In terms of Adam Copeland, yeah, you know what this was set up for that, and I love that they did the penalty box thing in the hockey. You if you know the history, then you know everything. So they did that perfect. In terms of Okada,
for that.
That was
I did too. In terms of Okada, I mean, you paid out the ass for him. Why not fast track him to some title? And you know damn well you can't fast track them to the AEW title because Samoa Joe and Swerve are about to battle over that. You can't fast track them to the TNT title because Adam Copeland and Christian Cage. So what else can you do? Fast track them to the Continental Championship and now establish that as a major title under Okada and establish that under your AEW brand and make that maybe top 3 to 3rd best title, or make it surpass the TNT if you book it right. So if you're gonna, what was it, 10,000 yen or whatever you paid this guy, like millions of dollars, fast track this dude. You might as well get your money worth and make him happy. Give him all his wins, give him all his titles, give him accolades, and let him have a undefeated year or something and keep defending that title and make it actually mean something. As long as he keeps putting on good matches and worthy contenders challenge for that title, you can easily establish it as one of the top ones in your company. So I understand why they did it. I mean, I understand our arguments, but if you're going to pay this much for somebody, use them. If you're going to pay, $75,000 for a car, you're going to drive the motherfucker. You're not going to leave it in your garage. Like,
how much did Okada pay for that Ferrari?
Use it.
Fuck.
Yeah, like
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, the only other title you could have really fast tracked him to would have been the international title, and that would have killed the momentum of Roderick Strong.
Yeah,
exactly.
And what little bit of momentum the Undisputed Kingdom has going, which is already on fucking life support with the way they did Wardlow.
It's hanging on by a thread.
Yeah.
Which is why
honestly,
I won't go off on a rant, but they should have never pulled the trigger on that story if Adam Cole wasn't healthy, because we all said that this was going to happen.
Yeah,
I agree.
Honestly, I think I would have been happier if they had given Okada and the Dingledork twins the fucking trio title. That way you keep them the fuck away from the tag division, and you give the 3 of them gold together. Because we all know that's what they're building towards anyway.
Well,
I also want to point out the fact that Walter brought up Okada's contract. Okada's getting paid more this year in Jacksonville than a majority of the Jacksonville Jaguars for this year.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Travis Etienne is making almost $3 million less this year than Okada is for Jacksonville.
Dude. Well, there you go. Wow. Jacksonville, get your shit together. Maybe you'll be worth something more. Anyway. But JJ, also to your point as well, he's coming off an incredible trios run in New Japan. So, again, one of his goals was when he pursued a new territory, becoming singles champion, consider both accomplished. And I'm loving heel Okada right now. This is one of my favorite fans right now in the industry. It's so damn good.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I'm not opposed to heel Okada. I think heel Okada has been amazing. It's just his choice of associates that I think everyone has an issue with.
Well,
and we discussed that the past. We don't need to go down that rabbit hole to Wonderland. Attila, can you bring us home, please, on this topic?
Oh. I had no issue with Adam Copeland winning the TNT title, like everybody much said. That was a given. The penalty spot, which all you guys keep talking about, it flew over in my head because I'm not a hockey person, so I didn't get the reference until you guys explained it to me.
How did I, a guy that's never seen a hockey game in his life, understood that?
Like, tell me you've at least watched the Mighty Ducks movies or something, girl. Come on.
Never seen the Mighty Ducks.
Miracle?
Huh? Nope.
Miracle?
Mike Bennett?
I got that reference.
Have you seen Mr. Deeds?
Mr. Deeds?
Happy Gilmore?
Happy Gilmore I haven't seen, but Mr. Deeds I have seen.
Didn't they skate? Didn't they do any ice skating, hockey, and Mr. Deeds? Or am I getting those mixed up with another Sandler film?
I don't remember.
I don't remember. I've only seen Mr. Deeds like once.
I know he got his foot stuck in a pond. I know he got hypothermia or something in his foot.
Yeah, but if I remember correctly, the jersey Happy Gilmore wears is a Boston Bruins jersey.
It is, in fact.
It absolutely is, because I remember he used to play with a hockey stick.
His golf swing is taken off of the
Holy HE double hockey stick.
So, anyway, like I was saying, it flew over my head. I didn't get it. But I did think it was a pretty cool spot. As far as Okada is concerned, I was a little surprised that he did challenge and win a title so early. I didn't think it was going to happen this quick. Like everybody else said, I kind of thought it was going to happen like at a major pay-per-view. But I mean, what other title, like how you said, JJ, could you have fast-tracked him for? Every other title has something going on. And the Continental title was like the only one that didn't really have much going on. So I don't mind it. And like you mentioned earlier, I do think that it might lead to the elite having all the gold.
I so hope they don't do it, but it's like it's written on the wall, like for real.
If that happens,
or should we say, it's written in the stars, just like that one year's WrestleMania theme?
Martini Tempa.
Let's not talk about WrestleMania 27 because that pay-per-view was good.
Hey, it had a good intro music, damn it.
It's one of the worst WrestleManias ever, and I stand by that.
Okay.
Hey. The main event was awesome, okay? The Miz defeated John Cena clean in the middle of the ring. There was no outside interference. There was no shenanigans.
Superstar and a fucking beard.
Dude, Mike Mizanin was greener than goose shit that he hit his head on the concrete and he saw stars. What do you mean?
That sucked. We had Undertaker versus Triple H.
Okay. Hold on. Here are the two positives of WrestleMania 27. Okay? Here's the two positives of this fucking pay-per-view. Okay? I'm going full Matt Menard with this shit. Okay? The two positives with this fucking pay-per-view. Okay? Were the goddamn theme song that you just mentioned and the lowest common denominator of the best trilogy in wrestling. The worst match of the three matches that they had. Oh, great. Fucking, I hate that pay-per-view.
All right.
Accurate.
You want a taste?
Got me mad.
Any future rants by anyone will cost super chats, please, people.
Yeah, for real.
Hey, I had
that was your free sample.
If you want more Matt Menard rants from me or James, super chat. As simple as that. Otherwise, I'm going to try and make tranquilo.
I feel like Datilla got stepped on there. Did you have anything else to say, Datilla, or were you good?
No, I'm good. I think okay. I pretty much would be repeating what everybody else said. So
that's fair. All right. Good talk, everybody. We are going to take our first commercial break. And when we come back, we're going to get into the first of two topics that were actually suggested by Walter. Yeah, he posted them in the Open Mic Night group chat. Little video reels that he suggested that he thought would be good topics. So considering it was a very light news week, I figured we'd run with those and make those topics. But before we get to that, we are going to show you guys the insanity that is going to be WrestleMania week. Mm-hmm. And keep in mind, there's still going to be potential content on Rangers of Wrestling, the Jay Hebert Studios, the Simple Man brand, Rage of Wrestling, and whatever Maddie's channel is called, that we don't even have, and we don't even have graphics for all that stuff. Stay tuned.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
And we are back.
That's a lot of content for a single damn week, and who knows what else we're all doing. Dig him.
Right?
Oof.
It's a lot of stuff.
That's a lot.
Well, also, if you're following anything else, professional football, the week after is the draft, so no rest for the wicked.
Well, yeah, and this weekend is the kickoff of the UFL, the USFL XFL combination.
Let's go. More things for me to gamble on.
Some men don't gamble. Also, yeah, 26.2. Thank you for your support. I'm not monetized. I'm just happy to be part of the fun and support friends that are. So there you go.
I'm not monetized yet either. I have got a long way to go.
You're very close. You got the subscriber milestone. Now you just need the time.
The watch hours.
I'm gonna let you know these raw ball boys. We ain't never getting monetized.
The raw ball. I got to get on one of those shows. By the way, I heard those are knuckin' futs.
Oh, depending on the week, yeah, we go off the rails.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's typical with open mic night, but you know.
Yeah,
not always.
All right. So yeah, to say Wisa gonna die is an understatement.
Survive. All I'm doing is calling 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shows across 4 days, and then 2 panels, maybe 3. Prior,
you may survive, but your voice may not.
Depending on what Stardom does. Stardom, of course, already has AEW and CMLL and TNA talent involved. I just need a card. Sounds like Micah might defend the World of Stardom Championship against Megan Bain, so I'm very curious, and some Stardom talent might be leaving. So very curious to see what's ahead for that show.
I'm really sad we're not getting multiverse. The last 2 that we got were actually really good. So.
I really do hope it means more Knockouts involvement in that Stardom show. Because so far, the only name confirmed is Brookside, and of course, she was part of Venus with Mina Shirakawa, so that actually.
Right. Yeah. Wait, so I missed it. We're not getting a multiverse through TNA this year?
No, it doesn't seem like it. They're taping. They actually did their tapings at the 2300 Arena today.
So I can also explain that if you don't mind. So the reason that is because New Japan are actually splitting their roster from 2 different continents. So one's going to be stationed in Orlando. I think the strong contingent of the roster.
Correct.
The other part of the roster is going to be staying in Japan, doing the shows over there.
The current Genesis and whatever tours after that. I think it's Best of Super Juniors or the Road to Dontaku.
Exactly. So, and Best of the Super Juniors, those tournaments and the G1, those are a pain to get recorded on time.
Yeah.
So that's probably the reason they can't do it. Also, as you just mentioned, Stardom talent leaving and the stuff going on with that. So there's going to be a lot of Stardom talent that'd be missing. So that's why they're probably not doing Multiverse United this year. A lot of stuff there going on.
Yeah, it is a bummer because I enjoyed those shows last year.
So much fun.
I think with the Jordan Grace's appearance in the Rumble, I think with Masha Slamovich versus Shayna Baszler, we could be working towards maybe a Worlds Collide WWE TNA type of offering,
which I would not mind.
Me neither, honestly, because I trust Triple H is going to treat and do it right. I do. I really do.
I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, you know, the Decay versus Isla Dawn and
Alpha Fire.
James, stop it.
Well, I mean, we're just waiting at this. We're going to see what happens right now with MK Ultra and Decay in an 8-4-1 match. And I don't even know how the hell that works.
Oh, actually, I would like that match too. Damn.
Well, watch TNA Impact.
That's true.
Yeah, I still need to watch this week's episode. I've been slipping. Not even.
I'm waiting to hear JJ's rant on Ash by Elegance's 3rd match.
Oh God. or as I like to call her, Dimeless Dana Brooke.
Damn.
It's a really good name. I love that.
Poor Dana.
All right.
I actually like your gimmick.
It's well, again, the knockouts, the alternative. Every one of them stands their own. Well, there's no knockout on that roster like her right now.
Ooh, is that accurate? What you just posted, Datilla?
What?
PWI Insider's reporting it.
You know, we got a little impromptu thing I'm going to bring up here because of what Datilla just put in our
Let's see if I can find the article.
private chat. But she says it's being reported that the Motor City Machine Guns had their send-off today, and as of April 1st, they become free agents.
Oh, my.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but in the same city that they just had their send-off, there's going to be an event happening on April 6th and 7th with a tag team ladder match to boot.
Yes, but I thought all the teams...
What are the odds we'll get the Machine Guns thrown in there? Never say never, Noah.
I mean...
With Triple H, I actually do believe there is more potential in tag team wrestling. I'll give you that. Okay. We'll see.
Dude,
we'll see.
If the Machine Guns go in and win the tag team straps, I will may just about shit a brick. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm with you.
Dude, I would be marking out
so much. Hell would have guessed the Motor City Machine Guns win the WWE Tag Team Championship.
Dude.
Well, to be fair, I never thought I'd see Alex Shelley around WWE, and then we saw the Time Splitters do the Dusty Classic not too long ago.
That is true.
That's fair. You're right. That's fair.
Which, by the way, can we get Kushida back too, please? I want the time.
Can we get Kushida and Kevin Knight over there? Just
yes,
just get the Time Splitters.
My
just
God.
All the time machine. Get all Time Machine together. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
Well, thanks.
Seems like everybody here would be in favor of it.
Yeah.
Before we get to the next topic, we did get a off-topic $5 super chat for Datilla here from 26.2 miles outside Parts Unknown. So thank you very much for that. Question for Datilla: have you seen the Family Matters episode where Jason David Frank makes an appearance?
I actually haven't seen the full episodes in its entirety, but I've seen that clip.
I haven't seen that one either. I didn't know about that one.
I did not know about that either.
I'm uncultured when it comes to TV.
Same. Welcome to the club.
I'll tell you what, 26.2 miles outside Parts Unknown. Give me a couple days. I will watch the episode, and then I'll tell you my thoughts on it next open mic night.
It's on Max if you have it.
Yeah.
By any chance, 26.2 miles. Do you know what season and episode number it was? You know, like season 7, episode 3, or whatever it was.
Just Googling the man.
Because it may be easier for her to find it, and then maybe you can do a review of it on your channel, since it does have Jason David Frank. Granted, it's not a Power Rangers review, but he will forever be our green, white, red, black ranger. So, you know.
He'll be the multicolored Rainbow Ranger, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. That's where that name sounds familiar. He was the Power Ranger guy.
Yeah. He was the Green Ranger. He will always be the Green Ranger for me. I don't care what other colors he had.
He's the reason I like
the Green Ranger.
That's because you didn't see the epicness of the Black Dino Thunder Ranger. He was really good as Black Dino Thunder.
That's fair, but what I always loved about the Green Ranger, especially the way he was brought in, is he was one of their own.
Yeah.
And that's what made him a bigger threat than Rita, Zed, the Flavor of the Week monsters. He was one of them. He had the power. He was able to go into the command center. He was able to infiltrate their Zords. That's what made him so dangerous and why I loved him so much.
Fun fact. I don't know if you guys know this. I don't know if you guys know this, but in the Japanese version, Zyuranger, Tommy's Japanese counterpart, Borai, he actually dies. So the storyline, his story, that's why the green candle, when it was disappearing.
Yeah.
That was mean that
he
died.
Yeah.
He actually
Dude,
died.
I love that episode where the White Ranger and Green Ranger fight. That was so dope, dude. I love that episode.
So in Zyuranger, the Green Ranger actually dies. They weren't gonna kill off Tommy Oliver, obviously, because of his popularity. So because they had no more footage for the Green Ranger, they had to they chose to use the White Ranger footage from the other season, Dia Ranger.
The more you know.
Akira Toriyama, creator, of course, and writer for so many incredible animes, including Dragon Ball Z. Great name.
Oh yeah, for sure. But no,
that name I could talk about all day.
Yeah, dude. By the way, 26.2 miles outside of parts unknown rather is a funny ass name. Like
marathon outside of parts unknown.
Jeff has had him pop into his chats before, and he said that's like his favorite name.
Dude, it's a great name. It's a great name. I love that.
But anyways,
that's hard.
Let's get back on track here.
All right.
The first topic that was suggested by Walter from a reel that he shared in the group chat. Who is the most overrated wrestler? And I went ahead and made it male and female. That way you don't have to just pick one overall. If I may go first. Oh, go ahead, Maddie. I see your hand there. Go ahead.
I was just going to say the man called Gorg.
The who?
The man called Gorg.
Who's Gorg?
The man that kicked Bret Hart into retirement.
I was so confused. What's Gorg?
He doesn't even deserve the full name.
Really quickly, Datilla, season 8, episode 8. It's entitled Karate Kids.
Okay, I'll check it out and I'll let you know what I think.
Holy shit. That's fucking
all right, well,
Gorg.
I am going to say, as far as female goes, should be no surprise who my answer is going to be, Charlotte Flair.
I do have it coming.
And I'm not even going to hate on her ability, because the matches that I have seen her have, she is a decent enough wrestler. But let's be real. She got where she is because of her name.
Yeah.
She is overhyped, overrated as a result of that.
Mm-hmm.
For the men, I'm going to take a cop out. It's the Massey brothers.
I'm not surprised either. You kind of stole my pick, but yeah.
I mean, again, if they had never hooked up with Kenny Omega, would they be where they are today?
They might still be.
Or would they still be wrestling in Reseda in a fucking freaking armory?
Yeah.
Let's be real.
If I could add to your point, JJ, real quick, name every person that has ever been with the Young Bucks, and once they split away from the Young Bucks, have gone on to do better things since. Cody Rhodes, CM Punk. Who else? I'm missing one from.
Technically, Hangman is out of their
whole story. I was actually gonna get to Hangman. Because he's doing his own thing too.
I'm not surprised Emmanuel put John Cena. We all know how much he loves John Cena. I probably would have gone with Cena, but he's not wrestling full time anymore.
That and Cena was. I'll get to Cena another time. But he was a victim of the system at the time.
Let's get the order going.
Yeah, let's pass it over to Datilla, and we'll go back around. Have Noah be last.
Anyway, point being also, JJ, every person that ever paired up with the Young Bucks went on to do bigger and better things, whether they were feuding with them or whether they were teaming with them. So, yeah, there was that. Anyway,
Datilla.
For women, I have to agree with you, JJ. I think Charlotte Flair. She's not saying that she's a terrible wrestler,
Yeah.
But I
will give her flowers as a performer, but.
Yeah. As for Mel, oh my God. Okay, for Mel, let's see. Someone I think is overrated. Oh God. Let me see. I don't know. That's a tough one, honestly. For me, anyways. Can I get back to you on the Mel one?
Yeah.
While I think
we
about
can
it a
come
little
back
bit more?
to you after Noah.
Okay.
Or if you come up with one, just raise your hand and we'll come back to you. Go ahead, Walter.
Okay, so in terms of females, I say
Mercedes.
What?
Wife is just yelling at next to me.
Oh, damn.
I will admit, I was torn between Charlotte and Mercedes.
Damn. Okay. Well, go ahead. Walter.
Happy life, happy wife. I'm just gonna agree with her.
No, but okay, all right. Well, what is yours? Because you can make that as like a thing you mutually.
He's 2 feet away from me. I'm gonna agree and just say Mercedes.
That's fair.
He doesn't want to sleep on that couch he's sitting on tonight.
Well, okay. Other than Mercedes, how about that? There you go. I saved you.
Other than Mercedes, I gotta go with the other two with Charlotte Flair, and then I've got Matty took mine. With men, I was gonna say damn Goldberg, man. He's just so overrated. He was nothing but a football player that got muscles, and then they let him loose, and it was a bunch of bullcrap matches that he really didn't have skills. He dropped the Undertaker when he went on too long. He just did too much, and for him to be the BS that took the Universal title from Bray Wyatt and all that, is just Goldberg's the most overrated dude ever, man. Like, I can't take it, man. He was WCW's answer to Stone Cold. He was just a bootleg Stone Cold.
Can I also say, to add to your point, Walter and Maddie, since you said the same answer, not that I agree, I'll have a different answer anyway, just to make it fun. But Goldberg, like, that's an insult to football players because Dwayne was a football player, okay, and he turned out to be pretty damn good. I'm just saying. And then look, at least Mojo Rawley was properly rated because he's set to begin with, and nobody overhyped him, even though he wanted.
Ron Simmons was an absolute unit on the field too.
Ron Simmons too. Yeah, exactly.
Sure.
Like, there are football players that transition well from the iron grid to the pro wrestling 20x20 box. Goldberg was not one of them, or Gorg, as Maddie so eloquently put it. I love Gorg. That's my new thing now. Anytime I see him on screen, I'm just gonna scream Gorg. Anyway,
it's like a friggin' sci-fi villain.
I couldn't even talk. She was yelling Mercedes. She wasn't gonna let me say any other name. That was hilarious. But
right. That was great. That was funny.
All right, Maddie. So you said Goldberg. Who do you got for your woman?
As my male, I'll say Goldberg. As my female, and I'm ready to see the entire chat. I'm ready to see all of you turn into a ball of fire.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
She's good on the microphone. Her in-ring work is the most overrated I've seen of this current generation. I got to say Becky Lynch.
Interesting.
Okay.
Becky Lynch, phenomenal character. Becky Lynch, great on the microphone building her stories. Her matches are as bog standard and watered down as some of the squash matches that go on regular TV. And those are your pay-per-view matches.
That's fair. I mean, I don't think Becky is bad as a performer. But
she's not bad.
When it comes to the 4 horsewomen, I rank her second. I put Bayley at number 1 for personal feeling. I go Bayley, Becky, Sasha, then Charlotte. Just as far as preference for me goes.
So I go Bayley, Sasha, and Becky are literally neck and neck. But I just can't get over it. I just cannot get into Charlotte at all. Charlotte has a lot of really fun matches, but oh my God. She falls into Banshee category for me.
Yeah, I think I'd rather hear Vicky Guerrero on the microphone than Charlotte Flair. And that says a lot.
Yeah, it does.
At least Vicky had personality when she got on the mic. Charlotte
Flair
was just, I'm going to beat you at WrestleMania.
All right, Robot.
And in terms of like a modern male overrated superstar, wrestler, period, end, Sammy Guevara. All he can do is flippy shit. That's it.
It took me a long time to soften on Sammy. when I first started watching was like right after the whole thing went down with him and his longtime girlfriend, who he proposed to in the ring, whatever. And then all of a sudden, the Ty Mello shit started.
It's not even the person. It's not even him as the person. I mean, I want him to get hit by a bus as a person, but
that's what started my hatred for me, because that's the real dude. That's not an in-ring character. That's Sammy the Man. So as a man, he already lost respect to me, where I didn't even want to see him perform. But over time, the shit with him and Ty got deeper. Married, she got pregnant. It was like, okay, clearly this is something. Both of them are happy. Let me just be happy for them. Started to soften on him. His matches were decent, but then, the backstage shenanigans, him and the thing with Jeff Hardy in the ring, him and who was it, Andrade or Miro backstage.
I believe he was the one involved in the Matt Hardy incident off of a scaffolding as well. So, like,
right. But was it Andrade or Miro that he had shit with backstage?
It was Andrade.
Andrade.
Yeah.
It was Andrade.
So, like, all that stuff started to circle, and it was just like,
True that.
But so I can kind of get where you're coming from when it comes to Sammy Guevara. Go ahead, James.
I will say, just to kind of defend Sammy a little bit, on the Jeff Hardy thing, and I just realized this now, and they bring up a good point, because I saw it on Twitter, like, even though I don't like going on there much.
People.
But man, who was the referee of that match? Because I forget. But whoever he was
it Bryce by chance?
It had to have been. It probably was. Dude, stop the match, bro. Like, how do you not know if he's concussed or is in a bad way? Because apparently, before he even did because I think the issue was he did it on purpose. It's like, no, he didn't do it on purpose. It was a freak accident, which is already bad enough. And yeah, you can argue Sammy probably shouldn't have done that all the way towards the end of the match.
But then he also went on and did the go to hell to end the match.
But the reason I blame the ref on that and not Sammy is, hello? This guy's concussed. You just saw him get his face destroyed, and what the fuck? I stopped the match. Throw the X. It's done. He TKO'd him. Just call it in the ring right there.
Or hell, just call for a roll-up. Go home early. If you
but you don't even have to go for a roll-up. You TKO'd him. Call for a TKO victory. At the very least, too, at least you get Sammy Guevara looks like he's a heel, right? Sammy Guevara looks like a dangerous dude. You know what I mean? Good. Kinda, right? You don't make a habit of that every time, but like go with some heat with that, and then okay, at least you stop the match before he could get any more hurt.
Is he a heel though? Because he fit flats like Big Show. I don't know when he's a heel.
Dude, he's the face. Oh my God, he is the Big Show of AEW. But yeah, anyway, I said my piece on that. I just wanted to kind of defend Sammy a little bit there. That's kind of the ref's fault. Because I originally blamed Tony Khan for even putting the match together, but the more I think about it, it's whoever ref the match, just throw the X, dude. Anyway, my point stands on that. Overrated wrestlers. Okay. So I have two answers for the women because one's rated by the industry, the other one's rated by the fans. My first is Charlotte Flair, but as a mic person. I think in the ring, paired up with the right person, man, as she had some classics. I still think to this day on night one, the best match of the night, and it's really against Sammy and KO versus the Usos. But for me, in ring wise, Charlotte and Rhea stole the show that night. Like for real, that was a dope match. Like I love that match so much, even with Charlotte in there. It's a damn timeless classic. So much so that my dad, who never watches wrestling, is like, that was the best women's match I have ever seen in my life. Like, it's really hard to argue. It was a perfect match. It really was.
Personally, I preferred Sasha versus Bianca from the year.
No,
prior,
I agree. I agree.
But,
that's up there too.
But that was definitely a good one. Also, like I said, I give Charlotte her flowers as a performer, but I think she's overhyped.
Yeah, for sure. As far as the other female in question, this is the one that's rated by the industry. I don't know how people feel about this woman, but I know no one knows where I'm about to go with this one. Marina Shafir. Jesus almighty Christ. You got people in the industry saying that this woman is like, she's gonna be the next female Dean Malenko. Bro, dude, this is her grapple game that everybody raves about. She stands there, doesn't know how to chain wrestle, and just apply submissions. That's all she knows how to do is apply submission holds. She doesn't know how to chain into them. Like, nothing clicks in her head somehow of throw a suplex, then go into the Gucci Katami. Nothing like clicks to chain wrestle like Dean Malenko. And people are calling her the Dean Malenko. The industry people are calling her a Dean Malenko. No, she's not. What? What are you doing?
This is the same promotion that employs Dean Malenko.
Right? Like, that's an insult to him. And you got people on not just AEW saying that, but you had WWE people saying that and Impact people saying that. I'm like, what are you smoking and where can I get some? Like, what are you talking about? You smoking some of Walter's shit over at Cal Fire Ferns? What the hell?
Cheap plug.
There you go. Dude, it doesn't make any sense to me. So that's my overrated woman done. Overrated men. Gorg, love Gorg. That's my favorite overrated wrestler of all time, brother. Okay.
See, at first, when he said Gorg, I started thinking of Korg from freaking Thor.
Yeah.
So if y'all don't know where that comes from, it is actually from one of Goldberg's most negative matches received against The Fiend. As he's coming out, the stage was separated in a way that one half said G-O-R and the other just had the G. So it literally just said Gorg as he's standing there like this, walking to the ring.
That's funny, you know. Oh my god.
So from then on, he has been Gorg for me.
He is Gorg. Absolutely Gorg. Okay, so there is that. Okay. Overrated male wrestler. Boy, that is a tough one. But if I really had to like say who the most overrated wrestler is of the modern day, probably Damian Priest. And that pains me to say it. I don't. And the thing is, like, it's not his fault. I like Damian.
I'm talking bad on my Puerto Rican poppy.
Yeah, I like. Let me just reiterate. I like Punishment Martinez, which is his indie name before he got to the WWE.
Right.
I like Punishment Martinez. I even liked him when he was Damian Priest in NXT. Kinda. I kind of liked his whole thing in NXT where he was kind of the playboy a little bit, which I kind of got back to, but like...
Not really.
It's not even close.
No.
I'm at a point where I'm looking at it and I'm like, dude, like this dude used to be a killer and this dude used to be like, I'm here to fight. I'm here to make money. I'm here to get women. And I'm here to just be a brooding menace and ruin your day. Like this guy was a killer and a chick stealer. And it's like we have gone so far left with this guy. I can't even begin to tell you. Like, it's to the point now where he is the Money in the Bank and nobody even fucking remembers. Like, it's to the point now.
Money in the Bank.
Right. Senor Money in the Bank. This guy is Senor Money in the Bank. He is now not even gonna get the championship, or he could get the championship, and I don't think people are gonna bat an eye. They're like, "Oh, about fucking time." Now what? That dude, they have fumbled the bag on this guy.
Not the first time.
So I don't even know if that's accurate, but you maybe can make an argument for other people like Orange Cassidy might be overhyped a little bit, but like for me, it's Damian Priest because he should have been like a top dog, and they have absolutely squandered him and still squandering him even with the new regime right now anyway.
See, I feel Priest is underrated personally. But maybe that's because I didn't see him on the Indies and I didn't see him in NXT.
Talking poorly on bisexual Undertaker like that. How dare you?
You know.
All right. Before we move on to Noah, Datilla has her man. So go ahead. Who is your underrated male?
Well, JJ, since you said a tag team, I'm going to go ahead and say a tag team.
Mm-hmm.
An overrated male has to be the Good Brothers. I'm sorry. But, I don't get the hype around the Good Brothers. I don't know, like when they were in TNA during the time I started watching, like I just not the biggest fan of the Good Brothers. I'm sorry to say that. But I just feel like, I mean, look what they're doing without AJ Styles on SmackDown. The OC is just kind of like there.
Okay.
No, I agree with you there. They're definitely squandering without AJ. I don't know. For me, I feel like it's kind of a similar situation to the way James just explained Damian Priest.
Yes.
Punishment Martinez, because like
yes.
For Luke Gallows, I go back and remember that fucker as Festus.
Whoa.
And you look at how he's grown and improved since that bullshit.
Yeah.
And then Carl Anderson, I actually saw in the indie scene. I've got a picture with him as one half of the NWA World Tag Team Champions when he was in the Real American Heroes team with Joey Ryan. You know, belts in hand, you know. Carl, there's something about Carl that I never really thought got over with the fans on a mainstream level, but like if you see it, you realize he's special. He's just got that little something about him, that je ne sais quoi. And especially when he hits that Anderson spine buster that all Andersons seem to have, whether you're an Anderson by birth or just by taking the last name. You know, that spine buster is an Anderson signature. There's something special about Carl Anderson, though. And again, going back to Festus with Gallows and watching how he's improved and watching the way they work as a team, I think they're criminally underrated, and that's why they're floundering without AJs, because we have been conditioned to believe that they ain't shit without the Phenomenal One.
And also, just want to point this out.
That's just my personal feeling on it.
I get it.
I'm not trying to say you're wrong. It's your opinion. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. But for me, they're criminally underrated.
Can we to add to your point, JJ, also, and Datilla, do your homework on this, because I'm going to direct you to a place that you will absolutely have a different tune similar to what we have. You have not seen the peak of this tag team until you watch their first run as IWGP Tag Team Champions in New Japan. That was fire. They were the best team at that point. There was a reason why they were so touted to come to WWE. And the funny thing is, too, they originally, New Japan wanted to give that spot, the main event spot, to Carl Anderson. That's how good they see him. And he is that damn good, by the way, when he's, you know, actually just given the ball. Like, they were going to give him the main event. And he's one of those performers just like, nah, man, I don't feel like I'm that good. Give it to somebody else. Like, he's one of the most selfless people in the wrestling business. He gave it to AJ when he first got out of TNA. And he was perfectly content. He was the leader of that stable. Everybody forgets that. Everybody thinks AJ was the leader of the Bullet Club at that time. It was Carl Anderson. And he was content being a world tag team champion with Doc Gallows.
He literally basically inducted AJ into Bullet Club as the leader. He's like, our new leader.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, because originally he was the leader and then he gave it to AJ. So originally he was the leader and he gave it to AJ, and he was fine being the tag team champion. and they went on a dominant reign. And even before that tag reign, Carl Anderson was like a monster as never openweight champion.
Cup finalist.
Yeah,
G1 finalist.
G1 finalist, New Japan Cup finalist. This guy was a machine gun for a reason. Made him,
oh, there you go.
Made him the second leader afterwards, and he just gave it to AJ when he could. There's a reason for that. It's because Carl Anderson was he trusted Carl, because Carl was that damn good, not just for the company at the time, but just for the whole of New Japan and just wrestling in general. They saw him as the future just as much as they saw AJ and Doc Gallows as the future with teaming with Carl Anderson. Like, and WWE, TNA, and even AEW have dropped the ball with them every single run since. Every single run since. Literally. And it wasn't even until they went back to New Japan where they got back to their roots and they were freaking seen as killers again. So much so that Carl Anderson won the never openweight title. I think his first singles title in 8 years or something like that.
Yep.
It was so ridiculous. Like, this guy is that selfish, or selfless, excuse me, and he gets saddled with, oh, you're not with AJ? Don't care.
I think the main issue with the Good Brothers, and I hate to say it, it is the fact that Festus is the heavy of the team. Because Carl Anderson is explosive. He's exciting. He is, people enjoy watching him.
Yeah.
And then watching Luke Gallows wrestle is like watching paint dry, or worse, watching Tonga Loa wrestle.
Yeah. And the reason why they work as a tag team when you book them right is because so long as you have him do power moves and have him do the gimmick where he was in Festus just without the bell ringing, which is what he was doing in New Japan, where he was just explosive with his power, and Carl Anderson was explosive in his own right with his speed and technical ability, that's what made them such a great team. It's like WWE and all these other places completely dropped the ball and completely forgot what got them over.
I disagree. I think in TNA, I think that, and I guess that's the reason why I just kind of don't see it. The tag team division was a mess when they were in there as tag team champions. It was practically non-existent. They had a stranglehold on those belts, so that's probably the reason why I felt like they were a little overrated, because they were
a mess. Let's just get this straight, because they were feuding with FinJuice, and FinJuice was not over, brother. Let's not even kid ourselves with that one. FinJuice sucks. Juice Robinson was the better two of that team, as we have clearly
worked
seen
in New Japan, though. That team worked in New Japan. It just did not translate to an American audience.
Not even close. Yeah.
No.
Anyway, sorry. We went on a whole tangent there, but yeah, there's
good tangent.
Over and underrated.
I was going to say, Noah didn't even have to weigh in on that one.
Nope.
Yeah, but agree to disagree. I just not a big Good Brothers fan. Never have been.
I would try and watch their original New Japan tag title run.
I don't watch New Japan.
I'm saying when you get a chance, just look up some of the matches. You don't have to look up a whole history lesson or anything.
Walter, you must have been distracted because I said them for mine.
Oh, okay. All right, yeah.
All right, Noah, go ahead and bring us home here, brother. Overrated male and female in your opinion.
Now, I'm just a simple man and a lifelong fan of professional wrestling, damn it! But here's my take. The key word here is overrated, in my opinion. Now, we could talk about the Messy Brothers, as you call them. We could talk about the My Chemical Romance, Evanescence cosplay players, as people like to call them. We could talk about Gorg Borg, or whatever the hell you want to call him.
Gorg Borg!
Gorg Borg!
That's better than just Gorg. I like that.
It's game over. It's Gorg Borg.
Gorg Borg. Gorg Borg.
Oh, fuck. That's good.
I'm waiting to see if he's going to acknowledge somebody as his male overrated.
Damn right I am! It's Roman Reigns!
Oh,
The 1 year of overrated nonsense holding the damn WWE hostage! You're damn right I'm gonna say that fucking man! Now, as far as the woman, though, and again, I'll just leave it at that, because we're not here to rant for free. If you want me to rant, you got a super chat. Simple as that. As far as women, look, I am you know what I am. I am an advocate for women's professional wrestling, damn it! And the thing is, I still think women across the board are underrated. They are not held to the same regard or respect for the incredible talent that they showcase as men and surpass. But from a booking philosophy, you're absolutely right, it's Charlotte Flair. Unfortunately, she's a victim of the last name circumstance. You really wonder if Ashley wasn't connected to that, what would her outlook be on the industry in the eyes of the fans of the business? Again, it's a victim of circumstance. So I have to definitely go with that. But another one I'm going to say is Nia Jax. Because seriously, is she the only big freaking heel you have in WWE that's an opposing threat to anybody that you can't fucking build somebody else out of? I mean, if you got rid of the smile from Raquel Rodriguez, you actually had somebody legitimate there. You got that bitch now officially signed to SmackDown. Congratulations, JJ. So maybe they actually can finally build somebody else. But why does every WWE women's feud got a freaking end with Nia Jax as the biggest imitating threat? Give me a fucking break. So I'm going to say Nia Jax and Roman Reigns. Although I will honorably mention Massey Brothers, Jeff Jarrett,
Jeff
my
Jarrett is underrated, bruv.
No, he's not.
Don't let Big G hear you say that.
Look, in modern day, he's underrated. You want to talk to me about back in 02, 03, 04, even in 2000 WCW, I will co-sign. As much as I defend Jarrett, I will co-sign on that. You're talking about modern, he's underrated.
Well, that's all. Okay. Conversation another day. And another one I'm going to say, too, because it's amazing what he did with the title, but it's like, okay, and Naito won it. Sonata. I think Sonata had an incredible year last year, but it goes way underneath everybody else in this industry. It's no point. So he lost the title to Naito at Wrestle Kingdom this year, and his whole last year has kind of been an afterthought. He even lost to Goto in the New Japan Cup. So that's my take.
He may have been a world champion, but Evil was properly rated by the fans in that he sucked. So, yeah.
Okay. And House Sports is the worst fucking thing in the industry.
Dude, it's
hey,
so
hey,
bad.
JJ.
Hold on I'll get to that story in a minute, Maddie. Don't trip. Walter's got his hand up.
I just want to throw another one out there that I just thought of, but JBL, he's overrated.
That's fair.
Yes.
That's fair. That's a fair take. That's a fair
little
take.
to no substance for him.
No, not even once. And everybody's like, well, JBL, he like people want.
No, he got cheap heat because he was racist.
That's true. And there's also
he's not wrong. Let's be honest.
There was also that time where here's the thing, though. I will say this: everybody harps on that, and I hate JBL. Right? That was Eddie's idea. People forget that a lot of those skits with him.
20. Just look at the comment afterwards. I will say that. I'm just going to say this. When I hear wrestling god, there's only one wrestling god, and that's Nature Boy Ric Flair before I learned Moose called himself that in TNA.
Yeah, that's true.
How did you not know Moose called himself that?
Because Ric Flair was here in the industry before Moose was a freaking thing outside the football, Tatilla. Remember?
I know, but Moose has been calling himself
had to survive Immortal. You did not.
Oh, Immortal and Fortune. Those are dark times, my friend.
Tell me about it.
Please don't go back to 2010 today. I was literally watching Bill and Doug reviews on how bad that time was.
Since I started watching in 2020, Moose has been calling himself a wrestling god.
Yeah, that's true. But by the way,
again, Ric Flair's always called himself God himself.
I will say also, if they stuck with the Cold Skull gimmick, I think Sonata could have been over and not
100%.
Like, I don't know why they
Cold
just
Skull worked better than just bad guys.
Yeah, by the way, like, that got so memed on. And by the way, what was the purpose of Five Guys? That they liked fucking burgers and fries and they liked Fast and the Furious? Because, like, that's all it was. That's all people memed them for. It was literally the logo was inspired from Fast, and they and they also like Five Guys. Everybody said they like Five Guys because they're just Five Guys. It's stupid. What the fuck?
All right.
Sorry.
Let me go ahead and take a moment to address. Thank you to everybody out there watching. We have people watching on every channel we're streaming on right now. Almost 30 viewers currently.
There you go.
So thank you to everybody out there. And then we are going to go off topic a little bit because Maddie shared this news story with me, and it's too rich to not discuss.
Yeah.
It's somewhat wrestling related because it took place at Ford Field, home of WrestleMania 23.
Mm-hmm.
So apparently Ford Field is going to remain closed until the end of the month following a partially eaten corpse being found in the facility's water filtration system last night. Now hold on.
We ain't done yet.
The second weekend in a row, a body has been found on the premises and has forced Detroit PD to launch an investigation into the mysterious incident.
Well, I mean, shit.
A partially eaten corpse.
Second weekend in a row where there's a body.
What the hell is going on in Detroit, y'all? For real?
Yeah, I mean, shit. Talk about being built for tough.
JJ, I implore you, go through the comment section because you are gonna find a gold mine in there.
I don't know if I want to.
One of the most valid comments I saw in there was, so they're launching an investigation after the second body.
Yeah.
What about the first body?
Yeah, like the hell?
And why are we only hearing about it after a second body was found?
Yeah, why are people sneaking into freaking Ford Field to create human shish kebabs in the first place, bro?
It's Detroit, and not everything in Detroit is exposed to news.
Detroit is. I know Detroit for gangster shit, not cannibalism.
Well, I mean, this is the home of the Lions, so you know.
Yeah,
I had to throw on the
and the Tigers.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe it's not even cannibalism. It may be a tiger. It may be a lion. We don't know.
They're in Chicago.
They are.
I saw one of the comments was a clip from Dan Campbell's head coach hiring, where he's like, "And on our way up, we're gonna bite your kneecap."
Jesus Christ. By the way, Noah said that Nia Jax was very overrated. You'll be happy to know, Noah, that apparently during a house show, Rhea Ripley gave Nia Jax the stink face. I'm not even kidding you. That legitimately happened. She legitimately gave her the stink face at a house show. And I was very pleased with her, and I was very happy that Nia was humiliated. So double thumbs up for me. There you go.
Rewinding back, Maddie made a comment about biting kneecaps. Apparently, Igor Severino of the UFC was released for biting an opponent's arm.
Yep, he's
Walter.
got a big, right by the tattoo right here, where his weight is, big ass bite mark right there. They released him. Let's get out of here. That is ridiculous.
So
He's
wait,
put him on this. He went to go put him in a submission. And when he freaking to get out of it, he bit his arm. Like, what the?
Oh, okay. So what's his name? Just to be clear.
Let me see. Igor Severino.
All right, Igor Severino. Okay, so Igor Severino, suspect number 1 for the Ford Field incident. Has anybody visited Mike Tyson recently? Because he might be suspect number 2. Because I'm just saying.
I mean, if he fights Jake Paul, are we going to hold it against him? I'm just saying.
Oh no!
He's developing a taste for one of the Paul brothers.
Yeah. He's gonna bite off his nose.
This is the same guy, Mike Tyson, that once said, "I'm gonna eat his children." So I mean, it's one of those things.
I'm gonna eat your children.
Yeah, bro.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised by it. Oh yeah, Manuel, that's a very good one, Nikki Bella, because she was the head of the Divas era. You're absolutely right about that.
Nikki Bella is a
she got
good
bigger.
one.
Never mind. Let's go to commercial.
Oh my God.
We'll be right back after these very important commercial break.
Yeah.
Yes, as we take a look, I forgot to upload the new one, James, so it's the original trailer. But
honestly, don't upload the new one because the new one has Bruno Mars in it. Honestly,
okay, good. You don't want to get copyright dinged.
Yeah, let's not get dinged.
So we'll take a look at James's uncle's documentary trailer here real quickly, and we will be right back.
There you go.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
Gary Hebert, the man, the myth, the legend. I was amazed, and I was looking to become a better skater myself, and I wanted to be like Gary.
When you look at a guy like this, he's one of the most talented people in his profession. He's been given gifts by God.
It can get frustrating at times when you're trying things that, that maybe don't come as quickly to you as other things. And, you never really felt that sense of frustration with Gary. It was always about improvement and positive reinforcement.
Was it really the end? Was that head injury really the end? God has called Gary to continue to be a blessing to others and to be a passionate example.
My name is Gary Hebert, and this is the World Academy of Hockey, otherwise known as the Inside Edge.
I would recommend anybody that have a chance to come to his hockey school. I think it'd be well worth it. It'd be rewarding to all the kids and anyone he coaches, from whether it's an adult, a professional player, to a little kid like a Mike or a Squirt.
Gary, from day one, has been instrumental to my hockey career. I started out as a potential Division III player, and Gary brought me single-handedly through high school and into a top Division I prospect. I owe it all to Gary, the biggest legend on and off ice there's ever been.
Listen, watch, learn, be confident, and have faith. Those are the answers I was brought to. Yet, I only now am really learning how truly important those 5 things are.
Through preparation, through appropriate thoughtfulness and thinking, we can learn to untie the typical knots between our ears that drive us into underachievement and underperformance. And lo and behold, we can learn, I think, to fulfill our God-given potential.
Gary has the innate ability to make people not only better players, but better people. The life lessons they learn from Gary are incredible.
I can always remember leaving that rink knowing as a player I got better, or I had something to improve on to get better. And I think that's what you excelled on as a coach, is giving us the knowledge to know what we needed to do to get better.
There's coaches who know the game, but can you communicate and create passion in your kids and in your players? And Gary's able to do that.
Gary's got great knowledge and the great hands, but more importantly, his ability to connect with people and care for them. His communication skills, to me, really stand out, separate him, and that's why he's one of the best, in the world.
Gary's a legend. He's a special, special man.
It is coming along really good, folks. Be on the lookout. Week and a half, it drops. Gary Hebert's One in a Million documentary. It's going to be a doozy. And if you want a little bit more hype in your life, here's the QR code for the second trailer. Go and check that out right now if you want to see him deliver an impassioned speech doing what he does best. It's probably one of the more powerful speeches you will hear in the history of sports. He's delivering this speech, the number one he's delivering them like a speech 2 games before they win it all and become the number 1 team in the state. So like that's how powerful this was.
It's an incredible speech too. As somebody who's been in many locker rooms for, championship game speeches, for just, game day speeches, that is without a doubt one of the best I've ever heard.
Yeah. And by the way, this is coming from a guy who's watched a lot of sports and
a lot of documentaries
as well. And I mean, he's up there with some of the best coaches in the world, and there's a reason for that. Go check out the reason why.
There you go.
Okay.
All right. Before we get into our final topic, we were super chatted a question from Emmanuel. Ooh. And I had completely forgotten about it. So thank you very much, Walter, for reminding me about it. Sent a $2 super chat asking the best NXT champion of all time is
my NXT
and why.
Damn, Emmanuel, you posed a crazy question.
Disadvantage because I haven't seen that much NXT, especially Black and Gold, to be able to go back that far.
Which order are we going to go in?
Literally. The only champions I have seen are Ilya Dragunov, Carmelo Hayes, Braun Breaker, and Dolph Ziggler.
Yeah,
fair.
So that is my lineage of NXT champions. And yes, I've seen title matches. I've seen stuff get defended on the DVDs I've seen. But that's a title defense. It's not the entirety of their reign.
Yeah.
Out of the I've seen, I've probably got to go with Braun because he had it the longest out of all of them. He had a really good run, that second run, when he took it from Dolph the night after Raw until he lost it to Melo at Stand and Deliver virtually a year to the day later. Like, that was a solid, he was a fighting champion. Unlike our tribal chief who freaking defends the title and disappears for 7 months and then defends the title again.
Overrated.
And yet you want him to retain at WrestleMania.
I'm just saying.
I'm gonna chew your ass out during instead of predicting in our call. I'm telling you that right now.
And I welcome it, good sir. I welcome it. I enjoy our witty banter back and forth. I know you and your passionate rants, and you know me and my business-minded booking. The fact, going to Datilla's point, the fact that Cody Rhodes is paying more attention to The Rock than he is to Roman Reigns is all Roman needs to be able to defeat him on night 2. Because he is so focused on The Rock, he's forgetting all about the end game. But my answer would have to be Braun Breaker. Did you have a question, Maddie?
More of just like a surprise update coming from the world of New Japan, as I am wearing a Bullet Club shirt. Alex Coughlin has just announced that he is retiring from professional wrestling.
What?
I believe he's 26 years old?
Yeah, he's one of the youngest.
Yeah, he literally was a young lion 2-3 years ago, and he is announcing that he is retiring.
Wow. I knew he was going for some family stuff prior to going into New Japan and being part of Bullet Club War Dogs, but man, I hope that for whatever reason he's okay. And
yeah, nothing but the best to Alex Coughlin. Yeah, one of the most insane physiques I've seen in professional wrestling.
Dude. Coughlin open challenge prior to freaking Excursion.
That's such a shame, man. Seriously, if you people don't know Alex Coughlin, you gotta watch a match. That's a huge blow for the future because he had a killer match on DPW with Calvin Tankman where and I'm not shitting you, like if you've seen Calvin Tankman, he's a big boy. Big boy. deadlifted him into a gut wrench suplex.
Yeah, I was about to say, Coughlin threw Tankman around like he was nothing.
Dude, it was absurd. The whole crowd went ape shit, and it was like their first set of tapings. Like, he's nuts. That's crazy, man. Seriously, nothing but the best to Alex Coughlin. Because I remember still to this day when it's very similar to when Marcus Gorfon retired, and like it was very similar reasons. You know what I mean? That was a good one too, man. Because he was a star. He was a star in the business, man.
No doubt. He had a huge upside. By the way, you're going in and out a little bit on your mic, and
oh no, sorry.
It's all right. And with that being said, wish the best out to Coughlin, but let's go ahead and get back to the super chat. We could probably talk more about the future of that young. Let's call it is young prospect of the business, done before he really got started. It seems like.
Man, that sucks.
But anyway, back to NXT. So JJ, Pip, Brom Breaker. The till I believe next, but I see Walter has his hand up. But let's go ahead and let the moderator moderate his show.
Yes, go ahead, Datella.
Oh, best champion? There's only one. The longest reigning NXT champion of all time. Adam Cole, baby.
Ready! You pick mine!
For my NXT, our NXT, Noah.
My NXT! Well,
our NXT.
I'll talk at our NXT champions. Don't worry. I'll still have something when it comes to me. But thank you, Datella.
Yeah. Adam Cole, baby, and the Undisputed Era. Oh my God, such an incredible run. And I feel like they tried so hard to replicate the Undisputed Era, and it just didn't work out. So there's only one. Baby.
Yeah, to be fair as well, I mean, Kyle O'Reilly, like, that guy went through the ringer, like, the last year and a half, poor guy. I mean, it really is just kind of a victim of circumstance thing.
True that, and now he's got a second chance when he thought he wasn't even going to have it. He's already been endorsed by Katsuyori Shibata backstage, who, again, another wrestler that came back from the brink of death in the business.
All right. Go ahead, Walter.
All right. Well, first of all, damn you, Emmanuel, for this question, because this is hard to think about it. Because if you go back to the original NXT, I'm going to sound like Noah with the history lessons. You got Seth Rollins, who was the inaugural champion.
Correct.
Then I think it was Big E.
Correct.
Bo Dallas. Then you had Neville.
Correct.
Who's that?
Sammy.
KO. You got all these people. And I think KO really put it on the map because when he went up to the main roster as the NXT champion to go up against John Cena, a lot of people got to see that big gold NXT title and got curious as to what that is and maybe followed after that. So you could go good KO. But I'm going to go with Shinsuke Nakamura because that feud Nakamura had with Bobby Roode, who's another great NXT champion, over the NXT champion, that glorious guy with the back and forth that they went and that, with the best theme song and everything. But Nakamura really did that title justice.
Not renting for free.
Yeah, don't rent. But I mean, you also got to give Finn Balor his credit. He went back down to NXT and got it again. So I'm gonna go with Nakamura.
That's a very good one, by the way. I wasn't even thinking about that one.
Yeah. I'm gonna go with Nakamura though, because people keep confusing his main roster run. Go back and look at that NXT run. Nakamura was like the effing man in NXT back when it was Noah's NXT and my NXT. It was all about Nakamura from the
fucked
song
him up in 2017 when they said Gender.
Noah, save the rants. Save the rants.
Yes. Save the rants for the super chats.
The super chats.
It's not easy when Billy's such a fuck up company.
It's okay.
If you guys want to hear Noah rant about his NXT, $20 minimum to the Casa D18 Studios channel, please.
I'll rant about W all night.
To Walter's point with what he said about Nakamura, there's not a more intense promo than when Samoa Joe is calling Nakamura out for his title. Regal, patience is a virtue, but I am not a virtuous man. Give me Nakamura or bring me the NXT championship.
Bring me my
that promo solidified Nakamura's run as an all-timer.
Yeah.
Now, Dattila, you said one of the correct answers in Adam Cole.
Bye-bye.
Another correct answer would be Glorious Bobby Roode. Kevin Owens is another good one. But nobody quite held on to Goldie.
Yes.
Quite like Tommaso Ciampa
You
did.
stole my pick, you bastard. I was going to go with Tommaso Ciampa.
Nobody made that title feel more important. Nobody made Goldie feel like an entity quite like Ciampa did. Ciampa was talking to the belt. Ciampa was having full-blown schizophrenic episodes looking at the belt. Nobody else has done that in NXT. Nobody has made the belt feel more important than Tommaso Ciampa. So in my eyes, Ciampa is the greatest NXT champion.
That's a good choice. Good one.
I honestly, greatest heel NXT champion.
Mhm.
You know you are
1000%.
genuine when the crowd boos you in as your entrance.
He didn't even need theme music.
He
was the longest
entrance music.
Yeah.
He's the longest tenured NXT person. He stayed in NXT when everybody was like, he needs to be in the main roster. He just kept staying down there.
Him and
so one
Johnny
of the longest
both.
tenured people there. Yeah.
Him and Johnny both of them, like for real.
And his story as NXT champion led to at least 3 other outward stories going on. It led to Alistair versus Johnny Gargano.
Dude.
It led to the Undisputed Era going after other people. Like,
dude, he screwed up the entire NXT.
And Regal just sat there. Regal just sat there pissed off, like, you're not touching anybody, though.
Dude, yeah.
I miss that era of NXT.
That was my favorite era.
Dude.
Hang on, guys. The moderator has his hand up. We got
Go ahead, JJ.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Ciampa lose the belt to Braun?
He
for that
did
first reign?
lose the belt. He actually no. He lost the
relinquished it due to injury.
Relinquished. Okay.
Yeah.
That's right.
So he relinquished the belt due to injury. The second reign, he did lose at the Braun Breaker, yes, but yeah,
That's what I meant for Braun's first reign.
Yeah.
During
and you could even argue that even though that era, the Rainbow Bright era, fuck the Rainbow Bright era, oh my god, fuck the Rainbow Bright era.
Don't talk about that.
You can make the argument that he is and I say seriously, the most important, period, the best NXT champion of all time. Because not only did he have the best heel run of all time with that belt, like, bar none. Like, before MJF, there was Tommaso Ciampa. That's how damn good he was.
Accurate.
Before MJF got mainstream, that is, by the way, because he was around when Ciampa was around. Tommaso Ciampa is the greatest because he also held the belt twice. And he ushered in the new era of NXT that we have seen today. He has been around that the entirety of the eras, pretty much. He was there in the Dusty Cup.
Trusted the process. He trusted it.
Yes, like even up to the bitter end, he trusted that process. He is the most important NXT champion of all time, the best NXT champion of all time, and I include his second reign in that as well, because like. Again, it's like this guy he's a workhorse, dude. He really is. He's a freaking workhorse.
Yeah.
So you two are in agreement then with Ciampa?
Yeah. Oh my god, yeah. Yeah. Now Ciampa all the way.
Before Noah goes, we got a $2 super chat from Keen Mike. Thank you, Keen Mike. Said the limitless one.
Wouldn't even include.
Keith Lee.
I will say I liked him. I'd say his North American title run.
That's what I was thinking.
Great. His NXT run, no, we can't even count it. It sucked so much.
It was a
ass.
window. It was literally like it was here, and then TikTok, he lost it.
Like
Karrion Kross.
There was no reason, especially at the prime of Keith Lee's career at that point, where Keith Lee and Transitional Champion should have even been in the same booking.
Let alone him winning both belts.
Yes.
Yep.
Two-strap Lee.
Yep. Adam Cole.
I think that was the point I stopped watching.
Yeah, because you knew it was all Vince. You knew Vince was already getting his grubby paws on this shit. That's all it was.
Yep.
I mean, I knew that when they brought NXT to USA anyway, but like, God damn, it was over
warning.
after the pandemic.
Then there was Survivor Series 2019, and then there was NXT Summer 2020, where we got here, and the rest is unfortunate history.
Don't get me started on Super Tuesday too. By the way, that whole
Survivor
debacle with the Iron Man
2019.
Yeah. Which by the way, we loved the NXT, and we all of us criticized. Why is NXT going over the guys from Raw and SmackDown? Are you stupid? Are you trying to make your main roster
didn't
look
have
like
a single
stupid?
point that night.
Yeah, Raw
didn't have. It was so dumb. It was one of the biggest. It was one of the most boneheaded decisions ever made in the history of wrestling.
And yet somehow for NXT fans, it was one of the favorite things they seen outside their NXT.
They were trying to make up the screw up with Cena in NXT. That's what that was.
And don't get me wrong, as an NXT fan, I was excited, but then like you look back at it and it's just like, holy shit, how dumb were they?
Yep.
I have to say one of the things that I did like about the NXT kind of being on the main roster was we got I was just calling Bryan Danielson, Daniel Bryan at that time versus Adam Cole, which I believe was the first time they had ever wrestled. That was a fantastic match.
That was a great match. There was that. The triple threat match between all the three mid-card championships as well was a fucking banger too, by the way.
Yeah.
But part of that reason was because all three champions came from NXT. So
do you guys remember when they did halftime heat during the Super Bowl?
Yes, absolutely. It was the first time I cared about actually something associated with Super Bowl that wasn't football.
Yeah, well,
that was really good.
It's kind of hard to remember that with any fondness because Velveteen Dream was in the. Listen about him.
We don't talk about that. We don't talk
about him better. Yeah. All right.
Sorry about that.
Bruno status.
Yeah. Well,
on that note, you go Noah. On that note, because that was a sour note right there.
It was a very sour note.
As somebody who followed, eat, sleep, live, and breathe the black and gold until it died, and then the black and red resuscitated other life in me, let me talk to you. You guys nailed it with Ciampa and Adam Cole right up there as the top two. There's no argument there. But let's give some love to the women, shall we? Because nobody was ready for Asuka, the only woman ever in NXT history undefeated while holding the title, had to relinquish it due to being promoted at the time. So it's one of those. I said what I said. Yeah. It's one of those things where, again, you can never deny Asuka and what she did for the aspect of women's wrestling in WWE, let alone still holds the standard in NXT. Now, shifting gears to NXT UK. I'll be damned if I don't mention the Bruiserweight Pete Dunne and what he did establishing that brand after he and Tyler Bate set the world on fire what NXT UK can be at NXT TakeOver Chicago. So Pete Dunne and, of course, Berlin General Walter, who was the longest reigning champion in that brand's history, might I add. And you can't give enough love and respect to the final boss, not Rock, the final boss of women's wrestling, Mako Satomura, and her run as NXT UK Women's Champion, all the way before I got merged into the freaking, at the time, black NXT. And then, of course, tag teams. I can't believe I'm fucking going to say this, damn it, JJ. You freaking suck sometimes, and you're right. I gotta give it to the longest reigning tag team champions, Pretty Deadly. They had a hell of a run.
Yes, boy.
Shut up. They had a hell of a run in NXT UK. I see you smiling. Don't get used to it. Damn it. NXT UK, and then they came over. They also won both set of titles in NXT. Arguably one of the most influential tag teams outside everybody in the Undisputed Era and all they did for the titles in NXT tag team history. So that's just some of my takes. As far as modern era, I mean, again, right now, if it wasn't for the fact that Ilya Dragunov, Roxanne Perez, Trick Williams, Carmelo Hayes, and freaking Lyra Valkyria. And by the way, Lyra and Becky are my second most favorite women's.
That was so good too.
WWE can actually do women matches when they actually put enough work into it and actually give them the time. What a crazy fucking thought.
I like the triple threat. Like Lyra Valkyria versus Roxanne Perez.
I was shocked that Lola Vice pulled the trigger during that match. I'm just saying, wise strategy would have been when the champion was at the most vulnerable. So I think she screwed herself, but whatever.
For that.
Still, incredible match. So right now, there's a lot of good in the white and gold. Never will be black and gold, but at least I care more about this NXT. It's better than what it used to be. So you guys nailed all the greatest champions, in my opinion. I just added the women because, again, you cannot argue that no one has done what Asuka did. Not even Mandy Rose. And she was the longest reigning in this hybrid eras of NXT. So there you go.
I see a lot of people raising hands. Just a second, because Noah got a little bit ahead. We did get another super chat from Emmanuel from Arlene. Best women NXT champions. And
there you go.
Noah already laid some out there. For James and Dattila, do your questions have to do with this? Were you trying to bring attention to this? Okay. Go ahead then, Dattila.
Well, since Noah mentioned Asuka, if the whole situation with Mandy Rose hadn't happened, do you think she would have broken Asuka's record? Since she was, I think, a little past like 400 days as NXT Women's Champion?
400 days, and if Vince McMahon had his grubby mitts still in the NXT environment, absolutely. Because at the end of the day, Vince was always going to overshadow what Triple H started.
How long was Asuka's reign?
Like
526 days.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
Okay. I'm going to say no then. I don't think she would have. I think she would have come close. I think the plan all along was for Mandy to lose the belt to Roxy at Stand and Deliver. And then the shenanigans came up and they had to pull the trigger sooner.
Yeah.
But I think the plan originally was for Roxy to go over at Stand and Deliver on WrestleMania weekend on the biggest stage in the company as opposed to just a random NXT. So you may have been able to add another 90 days on her 400-something day reign, so it would have come close. But I don't think she would have passed it. Personally. And Mandy Rose is my answer based off of who I've seen.
Yeah, how did that get you?
Yeah.
Not anything against Roxy. I do love Roxy. I thought her reign as champion was awesome. But it didn't last long enough for me to really rank her up there. Tiffany Stratton is a close second for me because she completely changed my opinion about her during that reign.
I'll give you
From
that.
just being some fucking fake plastic Barbie doll
Dude,
to
she
being
would have
somebody who proved that they belong on the SmackDown roster with the heavy hitters that they have there right now.
She would have had heavy hitting matches with the women of Black and Gold NXT. She's
damn right.
Seriously.
If they don't go with Naomi, Bianca, and Jade versus Damage Control, then I can definitely see Bianca versus Tiffany at Mania as being something that they do.
Yeah,
and that's going to be major for her, considering just a year ago she was someone who wasn't taken seriously and wasn't even champion yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, Mandy Rose, I will say Mandy should. I'm only going to say this. I don't think she's the greatest of all time, in my personal opinion, but I do think that Mandy Rose absolutely should have came in 2 years earlier before the Rainbow Bride era. Because, dude, imagine that Toxic Attraction gimmick going everything against, and I think, Noah, you and I even had agreed on this, going everything against Triple H's philosophy of what women's wrestling should evolve into and going back to the old days and going the opposite. Man, talk about heat. And you add the fact that Mandy could go in the ring. I mean, she could have been a heavy hitter for sure. I think I think if it wasn't for the Vince era, she absolutely could have been in contention for her. Just the booking was god awful. I will raise you Shayna Baszler.
You mean the only actual singles title she's had in her entire WWE career?
Yes. The thing that should have put her on the map, but Vince did not see anything in her. So much so that I think there has been irreparable freaking damage now. So much so that she's in a random tag team with, what's her damn name? That team
Zoe Stark.
Zoe Stark. And don't get me wrong, they're actually making it work, but dude.
It seems like they're having fun with it because their characters mesh so well.
Yeah.
Right. No, I agree with you. That's why I'm saying great team. But I'm thinking to myself, this is Shayna Baszler. Like, this woman, when she was in NXT, like, was a menace, dude. Like, so much of a menace. Like, I put her up there with Ciampa. Like, she was that much of a menace. She was the menace of the women's heels, right? She was a menace of the women's division. Tommaso Ciampa was the menace for the men, right? And they altered everything in the ecosystems during that time in NXT. They did. And now, granted, her matches weren't as good most times. In fact, sometimes they put them in the dead spot, which made me sad. But, man.
The 9:15 time slot?
Damn it.
Might as well be, kind of.
No, it got me.
Well, but her story, like, her matches were... The reason I appreciated Shayna as opposed to, like, most women, very character-driven. Like, Maddie, Noah, Datilla, remember when her first title win came at... She legitimately had her shoulder popped out of socket and whammed the post to push it back in to win the match, win the title.
From Ember Moon.
Ember Moon, who, by the way, as we have seen on Ring of Honor and how she's defended her title, she's crazy, right? And she beat her and showed her, I can out crazy. So, like, bro, that's
and
right
you know
away.
something? And I agree with you. And I keep mentioning this on my post show. You know who beat Shayna Baszler for that NXT Women's title?
Rhea
Ripley. And yet they never did a story with them on Raw when the story was right there.
Well, I mean, they had a chance. But
they've got a couple stories that they're looking at that they're just not doing.
Well, I mean, you know, so do we. I mean, are you really surprised here?
Well, to be fair, at least we're revisiting Liv Morgan. So there is that.
The longer term story.
But
I liked Io Sky as champion, although I do agree with you guys. No, Shayna Baszler, Asuka, those were two of the best. I liked Io Sky. She had just her
awesome. And then her end game with Raquel Gonzalez at the time. I mean, that was when Raquel was legit serious, you know. So,
by the way,
she has a back.
Yeah,
she's got a back.
She does have a back. That's
okay.
True.
What else should I care about?
Oh, I was just pointing out the fact that Raquel Rodriguez has a back. That's all that she does.
I don't care about that.
Want to see the best Raquel Rodriguez match, Raquel Gonzalez match ever, though? Go check out her steel cage match with Rhea Ripley, because that shit.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking.
And then the last woman standing one was
I think the last woman standing might be better than the cage match.
I agree. Actually. Yeah. Anyway, Maddie, what about you? I don't know what order we're going.
Oh, great.
We're talking moderate his show.
Moderator, what do we go with?
No, you already went, so it was going to go to Maddie. It was going to swing back around.
Because I started with Asuka, and then we went to tennis. So now we are on Maddie. So, Maddie.
Right. I can be very quick about this because I feel like this is going to be the one that most of the answers are going to be the same. The two correct answers have already been said. Io Sky is a really good one, so I'm going to throw out another really good one and say without Bayley, we wouldn't have gotten what we did with Asuka. Yeah, and we also wouldn't have gotten the Iron Woman match with Sasha. So Bayley, in terms of importance, is up there. I will say Asuka is my pick. And favorite match of that was the last woman standing match, her versus Nikki Cross, where they tried to fucking murder each other.
Yes,
bro.
Yes,
absolutely.
The first real last woman standing match, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, and again, they attempted murder.
Yeah. There was a tainted Moida on that show, and it was
the end of that match. I still think should have ended in a double countout.
Yeah,
but I digress.
That would because you could have gotten some money on a rematch.
You could have seriously ran that back again.
And how that would have made Nikki Cross look like $1 million fucking dollars.
It was Nikki Cross's best match.
Wasn't there a spot with like a ladder or something?
Yes.
Yeah, that superplex off a ladder.
Yeah, it was a superplex off a ladder through tables, and Asuka got up at like the pubic hair of 9.
And by the way, that sounds like basic because it's happened so often. No, you got to see how the suplex was delivered and how she crashed and burned through these tables.
When I say it should have been.
Fell back after the bell and then screamed in agony and in victory.
Yes.
When I say this should have been a double countout, it's because both women should have just laid there because I would not have moved for 10 seconds.
Dude, they died.
I thought legitimately somebody was going to leave on a stretcher.
It was great. It was glorious. It was awesome. Glorious violence, as Noah says. Glorious pro wrestling
I
violence.
love when glorious violence actually.
The black and gold brand, how I miss it.
We love it. We love it.
Yeah.
My NXT!
Dude,
But there is nothing wrong with the modern day NXT either.
No, it's just that the NXT
As a matter of fact, the modern day NXT is apparently so good that Tilla is watching and reviewing the Go Home show to Stand and Deliver, and the NXT after Stand and Deliver.
Impressive.
I mean,
correction, I'm co-hosting.
I will
You're
say
still reviewing it, God damn it. Don't take it away from me.
I will say
you co-hosted the ones on your channel with me anyways. You let me carry you on my back as you admit. So don't try and make it sound like this is any different, girl.
That's
you were
true.
still doing 3 NXT shows in the span of a week.
Because I'm such a nice person.
Yeah.
Too bad you wouldn't do it when I asked you. You had to do it
to
for somebody
JJ's
else.
point. To JJ's point about modern NXT being pretty damn good, there was about, and I think Noah might be able to help me timeline this a little better, about a year, maybe year and a half from where NXT 2.0 launched to where they kind of cut off the 2.0.
Mm-hmm.
And that might have been one of the worst periods of wrestling I have had to sit through in a long damn time.
Yep.
But that whole core of talent that they had that we were all like, feigning over and hating on, that turned into being maybe one of the most promising groups of professional wrestlers that we have currently.
Yeah.
Tony D'Angelo,
Carmelo
Mello,
Hayes,
Trick Williams,
Trick
Braun
Williams,
Breaker, Tiffany Stratton. That's at least 5 on one hand that I can name. We've got
Dare
a lot more.
I say, and this may be a bold statement, but dare I say that this crop of people they have in my NXT is on par with, not going to say as good as or can even exceed, but is on par with the 2002 class of OBW.
Yeah,
I'll give you that.
No,
So
I agree with you.
The Brock Redacteds, the Batista, the Cenas, the Ortons.
The Sheltons, the Victorias. People forget she.
I
came
forgot
out that same
Victoria was
class.
in there.
Victoria went through there.
So Tiffany Stratton is basically your Victoria, the female to make it.
Yeah, the one that's gonna but instead of going psycho bitch, you're going like Karen bitch. You'd be like, no one has my style, and no one has my
Just be thankful she's not on Raw, or else she'd be in a team with Chelsea Green.
I love it. Hot
Chelsea
mess,
Green.
though.
Actually,
awesome.
her Chelsea and Sonya Deville, I agreed with your freaking statement. They should have been a team. They
Holy
actually
shit.
should have been a
That
team.
would be the greatest trio of women since Toxic Attraction.
Dude, it would have been
Adam
crazy.
Pearce would ask for his release with that much of grievance.
Bro, Nick Aldis, imagine a segment with Nick Aldis. It's like, these are the most pretentious women I've ever dealt with in my life. Adam
He's
Pearce
married-
looks at him and be
married
like,
Mickey James. I'm just saying.
Adam Pearce looks at Nick Aldis, be like, first time?
But
Yeah,
I
on their
mean,
head, drink a coffee.
see, and to your point, Maddie, I started watching almost at the birth of that Rainbow Bright 2.0.
Oh.
So
Again,
I started watching then, and while you guys who grew up with the black and gold are like, oh my God, what the fuck is this shit? Put me out of my goddamn misery.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, this is entertaining. It keeps me coming back for more. And to the point that I made with Noah a few weeks ago, who would have ever thought that the Tony D'Angelo that was on at that point would be a legitimate threat contender to someone like Ilya Dragunov?
It's the same thing with the Tiffany Stratton there as well. Who would have thought that the mommy's girl or the daddy's girl, billionaire coming in would have turned into what we got with Tiffany Stratton after her enhancements? But ever since she got those, she put forth the amount of work in the ring that was expected of someone who was supposed to take forward that Trish Stratus mantle.
So what you're saying is she put in just as much work as the doctors did with her breasts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And let's
her doctors put the same amount of.
That's true.
Let's not overlook Noah's favorite tag team of my NXT. Chase University, baby.
I love Chase U.
Thank you.
Thank you. Boom.
Okay. And your NXT has like one of the best women's rosters like NXT has ever had. Aside from the Horsemen, this
I
is
will
it.
give Shawn Michaels, Triple H, and this NXT that much credit on the potential of their women's division. It is certainly up there, higher than I've seen since the Black and Gold's death, and arguably rivaling what Ring of Honor has and what TNA has been. But TNA still is the standard.
Yeah.
NXT is the second best women's division in the States. Fight me.
Yeah. True.
I from what I saw, I will agree. I will second that. TNA is still number one, but NXT has the second best women's division.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, if
we could I'm not taking anything away from TNA's, that's why I adamantly say number 2.
Dude,
now, if we could just take away Shawn Michaels' access to Instagram models, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Well, I don't know, man, because that's how we found Tiffany Stratton, and she became a pretty good wrestler. So there is that.
Yeah, but it's not gonna translate that way every time.
No,
not every time, but as long as Tiffany Stratton goes the way of Trish Stratus and not Stacy the Cat Carter, we're good.
I don't think Jerry Lawler's around to make that happen. So
they got Corey Graves though to be the guy that talks.
Oh,
about
son
it
of a bitch!
Oh no! Oh yeah, that's true. Because
then again, he has to
now
try and be the head play-by-play guy. Or excuse me, he has to be the play-by-play guy now in SmackDown because they got nobody else.
Bro,
I'm sorry, but I could be wrong, but I heard that a while back Corey has actually been cleared to where he can compete if he wants to. He just is choosing not to and to stay on commentary. Can somebody please give me fucking Graves and Sean Spears as a tag team?
Yeah.
Oh, that would
be
awesome.
I think they would be fucking amazing together.
Yeah,
let Gravy
like
go
that
back
a lot.
to NXT team, hook up with Tilla's perfect Ken, Sean Spears, and let them wreck shit down there. Dude,
that would be cool.
Let Nick Joseph finally be promoted and go to freaking SmackDown.
I honestly, when I first saw Corey Graves in NXT when he was a wrestler, I always thought that he and Baron Corbin should have been a tag team.
Same.
But that's just me. Anyway, hold on. So real quick, I agree with the AEW or the NXT and the TNA women's divisions. NXT is number 2, TNA number 1. But man, if they did a Worlds Collide show and you put that women's division neck and neck, oh boy,
yeah,
sign me up.
Yes,
definitely.
Yes, I will vouch for that. I will call that with absolute pleasure.
Dude, give me Lyra Valkyra versus Jordan Grace. Yes, please.
Oh God.
Yes, please.
Juggernaut Driver versus the friggin' top rope scissor kick. All right, moderator, I believe we're on Walter now after that subject.
Yes.
Great conversation.
Yeah, go for it, Walter. Sorry, buddy.
I'm with Noah 100% Asuka.
Yeah,
Damn right.
Datilla?
I said Oscar. I said Io Sky.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You did say Io Sky. Yeah. Okay.
Io Shirai.
And JJ said Mandy Rose. I think that clears everything. There we go.
That does.
Yeah. And again,
All right.
all is good.
That impromptu topic went a little bit longer than I expected, so we'll take a quick commercial break and then we'll come back with the other topic that Walter suggested.
Woohoo!
Noah, get ready. This is everything you're using your voice for.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
What am I losing my voice on?
This is the Weesa Gonna Die tour.
I'm not.
3, 2, 1. Here we go again. Right now, let's go. Me and you, toe to toe. We can rock, we can roll. Here we go again. Right now, let's go. Me and you, toe to toe. We can rock, we can roll. You see it.
Limp Bizkit, it's great.
And as always, as you folks know, we still don't know when Double or Nothing is going to happen. We still don't know if we're going to do Winning Seat Right. We still don't know if we're going to do NJPW Resurgence. And we still don't know if I'm even going to do the Stardom Show during WrestleMania week. But it doesn't matter if they're involved or not, because I'm still going to watch them because I am all about all the wrestling, 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 all the professional wrestling. Damn it! And sports entertainment. But I will say sports entertainment definitely has more of my intrigue this year than previously.
Amen.
Although that could very well change if the tribal chief retains at WrestleMania.
Please, not a second year in a row. Please.
No, why are you putting that evil out there with Bobby?
I'm letting you guys know I've been dealing with this with my co-host since last year's Mania.
Yeah, I will literally ghost this room with a destruction wall of debris if that happens, and I will not come back on screen.
No, you are coming to us from the void. What are you causing destruction to?
Oh yeah, that's fair. You can't see his backdrop, can you?
Yeah, you can't see my backdrop. Oh, you'll find out. You'll find out if that overrated son of a.
Noah does look like he's coming from like Bray Wyatt's campground. I will say, like it's just in the void.
I've survived many a century.
Well, Jinx something's finishers into the void
of the WWE. I've seen tyranny. I've seen dictatorship. I fought it all, man. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, continue.
God damn.
Dig what I'm saying.
That was pretty good.
That was really good. Wait, what were we talking about?
Let me mix gimmicks.
Okay. Yeah, Vincent. Bro, Vincent's just like every hippie, bro.
It's a bunch of guitar strums.
Bro, Vincent's just like.
Where do we go when we die?
He's just every hippie like ever, dude. Like that's what Vincent is. He's just like that. He's like that dude that's friendly, but also has this weird cult-like mentality to him, and also is like, "Hey, you want some LSD?"
Hey, Vincent is cool as fuck. That guy is
I agree.
awesome.
I like the Righteous. I think the Righteous Lance Archer has a very unique dynamic.
The Righteous with Lance Archer is like those two guys that are trying to draw you into a cult, and that big guy that's gonna force you into the cult.
Yeah, whether you want it or not, because everybody dies.
And by the way, they got two big guys. Don't sleep on Dutch now.
Oh no, dude, big Dutch. Dutch is the Righteous have interacted with Crew Day. They've interacted with every member of us so far. So we are big Righteous fans.
Oh, okay. Well, get them on open mic.
Hey, I will try my
damnedest.
damnest.
Colonel we've ever seen.
There you go.
Do what you can do, Maddie. But anyways,
Death walks.
Our last topic is another one that Walter suggested, another reel he posted in the open mic night chat.
This should be fun.
And it basically came from a Not Sam podcast. And they were talking about the modern era of wrestling that we are currently in. And they were trying to pinpoint what moment kicked off this era. Like, you can say that Austin 316 or the double turn at WrestleMania 13 or the Montreal Screwjob kicked off the Attitude Era. You can say that, the Rock's Get the F Out promo or the Cena Kurt Angle moment defined and kicked off the Ruthless Aggression Era. But what moment kicked off the era that we are in right now?
What's this era even called?
I don't know if they've defined it yet. Maybe the Bloodline era, because it's
the
been
last-
the
Triple H era?
The
No,
last era was the
because-
reality era, was it not?
I think so. Yeah.
So,
I
yes.
think so. I remember something about that because that really drove me away for a long damn time.
Yeah, reality.
'cause
I
they
don't want to
said-
think about reality when I think of my wrestling.
They said that the Bloodline storyline is definitely the defining story of this era.
Right.
But what moment, whether it's a Bloodline moment or whether it's something completely different, do you think kind of kicked off the era that we are in right now?
Interesting question.
James had his hand up first, and then I'll go to you, Datella. Go ahead, James.
I got the easy answer when Vince McMahon got the boot for being a perv.
Damn.
Stop me when I'm telling lies.
It's hard to argue.
SummerSlam 2 years ago.
So that's fair, but you don't think that this era jumped off prior to that?
No, and I'll
Because
tell you,
you got to think there's a few storylines that are still going on that started before that happened.
yes, but here's why I say that is the turning point entirely, right? When the Attitude Era started in canon, it was when Vince McMahon came on television and said, quite frankly, we are sick of thinking your intelligence needs to be insulted. How ironic later he would insult our intelligence multiple times after the fact. But yeah, that's when he came on TV. That's when the Attitude Era officially kicked off, right? And the whole creative direction started changing rapidly. Literally, it was right after the Montreal Screwjob. You could probably lump them in as like 1A, 1B. But around that time is the official mark of the Attitude Era actually truly beginning. Because you got to remember, during the faction warfare crap and the Bret Hart with Team Canada 1.0, like that whole thing was still a part of the new generation, technically. Austin and Bret going up against each other at Mania 13 was still a part of the new generation. Sid winning the WWF title in what do you call it? The Rumble in San Antonio and turning heel and becoming the cool bad guy still happened in the new generation. So all of that was new generation type stuff, technically, even though it was very Attitude-esque. But it didn't really kick into high gear until Vince made it official, and they had no choice but to change creative plans or else they were going to die. It's very much similar in this case. You had really good storylines coming in. You could even argue there were better storylines that were coming out of the Bloodline stuff, especially from last year's Mania. You can argue that maybe there are points where the stuff officially began, but truly the new era kicks off when Vince McMahon gets the boot for being the person that he is, which we will not get into. And as a result, because of that bad publicity, they had to change plans and force their changing creative. And literally, like, it might as well have been overnight, very similar to when the Attitude Era happened, like in canon. because everything shifted. The Rock became essentially the chairman of the board, taking Vince's seat. He's now the runner of that thing, and now it's a power struggle between him and Triple H. Cody's is on the side of Hunter, basically. Now it's like Cody versus The Rock, but also Cody versus Roman, and Roman's still got a stranglehold on the title, and now you have Seth involved. You have Punk on commentary calling, everything just completely went belly up, And what's ironic about it is you can even lend CM Punk coming back to Survivor Series as the final thing of the reality era. Realistically. Because the reality era started pretty much when Punk left. And then he came back right when the reality era ended. So I think right when that happened. But yeah, there you go. That's my rant. There you go.
All right. So Vince McMahon leaving. Dattila?
Yeah. Definitively.
I would say Roman Reigns turning heel. I say that was the moment that really defined this era that we're in, because he needed a character change, because the whole Roman Reigns, babyface Roman Reigns wasn't cutting it, and so him turning heel and basically doing this whole bloodline storyline, I think that's what kicked off the era, specifically in WWE.
Okay. Walter?
Not that I want to remember this time, but I think what officially kicked it off, sadly, is when the world shut down in the pandemic. 2020, forcing them to do the Thunderdome, and then when they came back, because that's what made Roman disappear, because he had to take precautions because his leukemia and everything. He had to take precautions and disappear, and when he came back in remission, he got that chair, but then he went heel, and that's what kicked off the whole bloodline, and that's what led to everything. So even though the cutoff of, you can call it the Thunderdome era or whatever, so right after the Thunderdome era ended and we came back from the pandemic and the world started opening back up, I think that's what defines this era, and that's what started it right there.
Can you really count it though as a different era, considering it was still reality sucking? And we just established that the reality era of WWE sucked. And pandemic also sucked. I mean, I'm just saying.
Maddie?
So, I completely forgot that I feel like the reality era ended about 2019, right about when the pandemic hit.
Did it?
So I lump the pandemic era, Thunderdome era, that's all in one. But the thing is, Dattila's right. It starts when Roman Reigns returns and spears the Fiend, spears Braun Strowman, leading to their match, and then eventually aligning himself with Paul Heyman. This really should be the Bloodline era, because it's defined the last 3 years of main roster storytelling. And it's hard to argue that almost everything has run through either them or the Judgment Day for the last, 2 years now?
Yeah. 2.5 years.
That's fair.
So I'm 100% with Dattila here. Even though it happens during the pandemic era, you can say the Bloodline era starts with the Roman Reigns heel turn. If you really want to pinpoint it to Hell in a Cell match with Jay Uso and Roman Reigns.
Would that mean you are separating that as its own era then? Because I feel like that this is still a whole new era after Vince getting booted.
Yeah, Vince getting. I do feel like we did hit a completely new era, about that.
The minute he got booted, officially gone. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing: is he wasn't officially gone. Like, he still had his shit in there, running things how he wanted it ran, and then eventually he got brought back.
Yeah, no, yeah, I'm talking about when this year.
The Triple H era, if you want to call it that, Yeah, I guess you could say that's a completely different time, and we can kind of pinpoint that to SummerSlam of last year.
Well, yeah, but that was also a lot of that was dominated by the Bloodline.
Yes,
although the forklift spot was still gnarly. Love that spot.
Farmer Redacted was one of the craziest things I've ever seen.
Farmer Redacted. That's good. I like that.
Noah?
If you're talking about what we're facing right now, just in WWE, I can't argue. It's the fact that Vince may not be as much of a presence, if not a presence at all. Again, who would have funkin' at this point? The last time you saw The Rock and Triple H go face to face, it was suddenly just a humorous tension reflection down memory lane, and then they went to go grab dinner. But I guess he wanted Triple H to pick up the bill because he thought he was a cheap bastard. So yeah, I would say that, yeah, definitely, since we no longer have McMahon presence involved in anything, it seems, from the creative standpoint, even the WWE operations, that this new era of WWE that we're in has definitely reached its own force, where at the end of the day now it's the Anali family versus WWE, where The Rock usurps Triple H. So I would say that's definitely a real kicker as far as WWE goes, because the Bloodline thing, it's had its different layers, more layers than an onion, and again, I still argue it should have ended last year, and I still stand by that, and I will die on that mountain. But there's no arguing, without that crony behind the chair, it is a whole different era, and it's probably the reason why, JJ, I care about calling WWE WrestleMania with you truly this year. Last year, it was all right. But honestly, besides Charlotte Flair and Rhea Ripley and Gunther and Sheamus and Drew McIntyre, get the fuck off commentary, Titus O'Neil. Honestly, that WrestleMania to me was just... Ugh. And then, of course, don't get me started on what happened with Cody and Roman that year, because, again, I almost wanted to destroy everything. I might destroy everything this year. So, yeah, I got to agree with this tidbit that we no longer have to deal with Vince McMahon influence, it seems. And it's a beautiful thing, honestly. It makes me almost believe in WWE again as a fan. We'll see.
I will agree with you so long as Roman loses the title. I will say...
Yeah, exactly.
Noah, we should say, though, that the way I separate Mania is like night 1, night 2. I'm always going to do that. They're different.
I don't blame you, because night 1 was nearly flawless for me.
Dude, night 1 of WrestleMania was the best WrestleMania card since 28. Honestly, actually, I'll even go further back and say from top to bottom, best card since 24.
Okay, I'll give you that, because 28, yeah. We still had that and Team Teddy shit.
Yeah, that was although that was entertaining for its own reasons, to be fair.
Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn winning the tag team titles together in California, where PWG is located.
Yeah,
was one of the greatest moments. I cried.
That was the greatest.
So did this, man.
Yeah,
that was the greatest feel-good moment ever. Yeah, it was so good. That Charlotte Rhea, the 4-way tag match, even though Titus was on commentary, that was a banger.
How did y'all not like Titus on commentary?
Because he reminds us all.
To the match, he just yelled indiscriminately.
Yeah, I was gonna just say because he reminds everybody of Booker T. That's why. That's exactly why.
Oh, shuck it, ducky, quack, quack,
shuck it, ducky, quack, quack.
And I ain't talking about.
Yeah.
Although I will say the best part about Booker T on commentary, and only the best part about Booker T on commentary, is Black Snow. Booker T is about to hit this scissors kick.
No.
Booker T isn't he on Black Snow?
Damn it, dude.
Sorry, I had to. Go ahead, JJ.
Oh, God.
Booker T during Trick Williams' entrances.
Yeah, but he just channels Black Snow because it's his. I'm not going to say the word.
Don't.
You know what I mean, though. You know where I was going. He's his brother. He's his brother. There you go.
Right. To whoop that trick, and JJ will whoop that trick all night, even though he's. Never mind. Anyway, we're not going there. All right. So, but yeah, bottom line, no Vince. You actually might have me as a WWE fan once again, based on what this WrestleMania looks like that we're calling. This hardly might be the greatest WrestleMania ever if we get the one right decision.
Dude, Cody is in the land of the free as the American Nightmare. You for Dusty, you have to give him the belt, bro. You have to do it.
So maybe what defines this era is Cody winning the 2023 Rumble. Maybe that's what kicked off this era then.
That's fair. Slim Jim coming back. That's what defined this era.
I'm about to say, CM Punk coming back to WWE, I think also defined a lot of what, if we're just talking about WWE. I mean, if we're talking about just the industry in general, I think the industry truly hasn't been the same since AEW came into existence.
When you really all think about it, by the way, when you really all think about it real quick, just completely random sub-tangent, but kind of relates. Eli Drake, a.k.a. L.A. Knight, is the reason why Slim Jim came back. Just saying. In canon, in kayfabe, they came back.
So am I to expect L.A. Knight to ride up in WrestleMania in the Slim Jim car?
Yes! Oh my God, yes, please.
So AJ Styles and LA Knight's going to be brought to us by Slim Jim. Logan Paul, Randy Orton, and Kevin Owens going to be brought to us by Prime Energy Drink. What the hell other sponsorship shit am I supposed to
If this was Detroit, it would make sense for him to pull up in the car like Cena did.
I agree.
You know,
we're going to get Fundamentals Crunch again.
Bodies right now.
JJ, stop it.
Here's a good cross-promoting opportunity, NASCAR. And here's why I say that. You do a Slim Jim car and a WWE sponsorship car for one of the NASCARs as return investment. Do that.
Isn't that what Naomi's outfit was? Wasn't that NASCAR inspired?
Yeah, but I mean, like, actually do a NASCAR inspired thing.
Mm-hmm. They're not in Indianapolis.
They could be. Shush.
They were on SmackDown. That's why she dressed like that.
Exactly. There you go.
They're making a left turn for 500 laps. What the fuck's gonna happen next?
By the way, I still maintain that at some damn point, WrestleMania has to be hosted in the Food City. It has to happen. That's the biggest arena. I don't know why you haven't done it yet.
That you know what? That's fair. I'll give you that. That's fair.
Bristol, Tennessee, make it happen, damn it, for Stat Boy.
So, when are we getting a pay-per-view to Denver again? Asking for a friend.
I'm sorry, Maddie.
It's Tim. He's the friend.
He's the friend.
He's the quote unquote friend. He is.
Actually, no. It's his other friend, El Hijo del Douchebag, who's not on camera right now.
He's asking for Eric Cartman.
In fact, I believe we might be seeing him make a return. I'm not sure yet, though.
Oh God!
I see a mask. There he is.
Imagine us having to call WrestleMania London.
So when are we getting a pay-per-view in Denver?
Yeah,
it's been since Vengeance 2003. It's been 21 damn years.
Aren't you all the Mile High City?
Listen, El Hijo del Douchebag, I'll do what I can, bro. I'll do what I can. I think the WWE...
We've got indoor arenas. They don't have to be wrestling outside.
True.
To be fair, whenever I first moved up here and I tried to wrestle with my brother, I damn near had an asthma attack, and I don't even have asthma.
That's true. Can I just be honest? And Maddie's going to absolutely say yes to this, by the way. Just wrestle outside. Make it like freaking Woodstock, bro. Like, the fans would go crazy for that shit. You kidding me?
Give me WrestleMania at Invesco Field where the Broncos play. That'll be the greatest fucking thing ever.
WWE home is here in Connecticut. We haven't had a WrestleMania since 95, 99. WrestleMania 9.
You guys had Money in the Bank not too long ago. You're fine.
Yeah, just tear down old Titan Towers and make that the arena location.
You know what? They might do that.
You might as well make an arena. There you go.
I still think they should use the old Titan Towers to make a physical Hall of Fame.
Yes.
Actually, build the arena on top of the old Titan Towers to make that the physical Hall of Fame and call it the WWE Arena. Like the actual WWE Arena.
No. Here's what you do. You make it the American WWE experience like they did in Saudi Arabia. You just build all around and include Titan Towers with it.
Exactly. And then on top of that, you could host other sporting events inside the WWE Arena, like basketball, football, all that shit. because then you're making money. Oh my God, we just came up with a great business idea. We demand royalties this time because
You're
that's
not
actually $1
gonna
million.
get them.
No, that is a $1 billion idea. We're getting our royalties.
No, you're not.
If you go through it.
No, you're not. No,
Give
you're
us
not.
the
No, you're
damn
not.
royalties. Give us some royalties because that's $1 million idea. You know it, you bastards. Give us money.
They got more money than they'll ever give a damn to give back to somebody like you.
That's fair.
Because we
That's
need
fair.
beer money.
We do need beer and we do need money, so therefore beer
Well,
money.
I mean, I could use the money, but I'm 99.7% straight edge, so I'll stick to that.
Listen. Baton Rouge does not count as beer. All right.
Yeah, but that's 0.03%, Noah.
Noah, in this
It
situation, I will be your
shot
James
and
Storm.
a freaking vodka shot. Get off my case.
Wait,
Noah, in this case, I will be your James Storm.
So you'll be James Storm. I'll be Bobby Roode because it pays to be rude, bro.
That it does.
And he has the long hair.
And I will totally ride a fucking cooler down anywhere.
You should have got beer money down in NXT, man. I don't know what James Storm was thinking.
I don't know either.
To be fair, I think James Storm was thinking, I don't want to be ruined by the creative direction. I'm happy just being a local, like a bigger independent guy. I think he kind of made the right call, to be honest.
You're not getting royalties. You're not getting royalties.
I don't even care about the royalties. I just want some acknowledgement that it wasn't their original idea.
Yes!
That they stole that shit from me.
Yes!
The Raw Ball podcast will never be monetized.
Right, WWE acknowledges.
Yeah. Hey, WWE, acknowledge it. Listen to me. Acknowledge me. Anyway.
'Cause I have been saying that since the freaking open mic night after WrestleMania last year.
Dude, it's absurd. Anyway, sorry. We're talking like crazy.
You know what?
The fuck?
It's a free week. There's nothing going on. There was no collision. There was no rampage. Everything picks up next week where my freaking nightmare is going to be bothering me while I play freaking Balatro on my PlayStation 5 and give less than two shits what you
These
all are
topics
doing.
lent
That's
themselves
not
to
true, Noah.
rabbit
That's
holes.
not
That's what
entirely
happened.
true. There was Rampage. It was live after Dynamite.
It wasn't on
Remember?
Friday night. I had nothing on my Friday. I don't have Fox.
I'm
I
surprised
understand
that wasn't
but
a
we
topic,
did still
JJ.
have a Rampage.
Yeah. What, did they have a 3-hour like rampage? Oh, so it was like
Yeah, it was Dynamite and then Rampage was live afterwards.
on TBS or TNT?
Same channel, TBS.
They did it all on TBS.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't make that. You didn't make that a topic. AEW testing the waters for a 3-hour show.
It's not the first time though, Dattila. You gotta consider this with Collision and Battle of the Belts. That's a 3 hours in itself. And here's the difference between Monday Night Raw, 52 weeks a year on a weekly basis, versus AEW 3-hour stints. They're two different shows back to back, not the same damn uniform thing that gets boring to try and draw you in to the end.
I will
Agreed, but to Dattila's point,
yeah,
they're saying that they did it to see if 3 hours of Dynamite could work on Wednesday night.
No.
I will. Well, let's. Can I just say, I think all of us, realistically, would not mind 3 hours so long as you actually book the 3 hours correctly with a shit ton happening. That's the big problem. They don't book enough substance for the sauce.
Yeah, I don't want 3 hours.
No.
2 hours is
I
fine.
want 3 hours.
2
You barely
hours
make the
is
ratings now.
2 hours is the perfect balance time for a weekly wrestling show on a night.
Go ahead.
Can I ask one quick question to everybody here?
Go ahead.
Go for it. What the fuck?
Aside from Dattila, because I will never ask a female their age, how old is everybody here?
32.
28. I know where you're about to go with this, I bet.
40.
47.
I'm 25, by the way. So when I was a little kid, a wee a weird.
When he was a young warthog.
When I was a young warthog. I was around as a kid whenever they went to 3 hours. And I was excited. I was like, yes, this is more wrestling. This is more that I can consume. Because that's all I watched as a kid. It was that and sports. Wow, I never really grew up out of that. Anywho.
How does that reflect against yourself?
But I digress. As I've grown through that, I've had to watch 3-hour Raws for what? 12 years now? More, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
It's too much. And they're not putting enough wrestling on there. They're not putting enough wrestling on there. And my worry is if AEW gets that 3rd hour, they're either going to not put enough wrestling on there, or they're going to put an hour of fucking AEW Dark on there, where it's just squash matches or short matches and segments.
You're going to undermine your roster by trying to add so much more in without letting stuff breathe and build.
Exactly. And with the amount of wrestling that there is out there, you can go watch New Japan. You can go watch MLW. You can go watch fucking AAA. You can go watch CMLL. You can go watch whatever the fuck you want. GCW. You can go watch your local indie promotion. Go support independent wrestling.
That's Revolver.
But there's so much wrestling out there that, almost 12 hours of on-air TV a week is way too much. That's putting in half a work week for some people.
I will say, though, the reason I say they may have no choice is if rumors are to be believed, I also saw and heard TNA might be up for sale soon, or at least that's the rumblings.
What? When did you hear?
I don't know. I don't know where.
I don't think it's up for sale. They didn't even allow Scott D'Amore to buy it.
No, I know. That's why I said the rumor. There was like a rumor site. I wish I had saved it because I thought it was unsubstantiated, but I saw it. That's why I say it was a rumor ultimately, because I don't know how true that is. But if that's the case, I mean, I'll be honest. Nobody's outbidding Tony Khan. Forget about it. I don't even care. You could be Scott D'Amore. You could be anybody else. The only person that might be able to outbuy Tony Khan is Freddie Prinze Jr. So he may have to make room for TNA to have its own slot, and he may have no choice but to put Rampage.
No.
I'm just saying if it's true.
No, I don't think that's true at all.
I don't think so. Tula and I are double teaming you on this, and you're eliminated. We're keeping you down for the 3 count, bro. Tony Khan's got to freaking focus on building Ring of Honor to something bigger. He's already making it more affordable by putting the pay-per-views on Outer Club. He needs to worry about his monthly now seem to be building pay-per-view agenda for AEW and getting that shit off Bleacher Report, put that on Max.
That's what I'm saying.
Keep grooming his women's division. If he especially is going to incorporate Stardom now, because I guarantee you, Stardom's not going to sell for that freaking pigeonholed slot. There's too much quality in that talent for them to do that. And Japanese wrestling is a higher standard. So right now, Tony Khan's got way too much going on for him and what feels like a renewed vision of the freaking company this year.
No, I agree.
But
TNA
in it.
I agree, but
I will say this. If there was even the slightest truth to that, that would make Tony Khan and AEW a monopoly, which is what everybody hated about WWE in the first place.
No, I agree. I agree with that. That's why I said it's a rumor. I don't know.
Ever bring that rumor up ever again.
No, I hope it's not true either. For the record, I'm just pointing out. Personally, I'd rather Freddie Prinze Jr. buy it because he just put Scott D'Amore in charge because he's smart. But anyway.
Hey, what's on your mind about that, bruv? And how about you reiterate what it means to say the R word here and buy it?
Wait, what'd you say about me?
The R word. Anyways.
Holy fucking shit, guys.
Caught me off guard there. we're completely overlooking the fact that WWE, if this is true, may want to buy it, if for nothing else, but to get their access on all the DVD and the video footage. Think about what they can do as far as their productions go for people like AJ Styles if they have the TNA library.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. I mean, honestly, WWE having TNA would be a great counter fight to AEW having ROH. Man, what a freaking statement. I never thought I'd say that, like, back in 2008. Now I'm saying it in 2024.
Where we are at today in the industry.
Oh,
Not
boy.
Just, me. Just saying.
TNA is always the little engine that could, I call it. I don't think it's ever going to have to be sold.
That is fair.
As far as the actual topic at hand.
Yeah, what were we talking about?
That I never got to answer because we got completely sidetracked.
Which is why we saved you for last. The last but not least. Say the best for last. JJ, take it away.
Well, Attila
gave an answer.
Yeah, I said the Bloodlines. I said Roman Reigns turning heel.
This whole thing has gone off the rails then. All right, go ahead, JJ.
Thanks,
Sorry.
James, you poor conductor. JJ, go ahead.
That's why I'm the one that tries to run things, James.
I know, I'm sorry.
Keyword
At
there
least
is
it was a slow
tries.
week. Hey,
The
at least it was
question
a
is-
slow week.
It's just a matter if I'm allowed to try to run it.
Right?
Yeah, that's true.
But when I first heard the topic, the first thing I thought of was the reveal of Paul Heyman with Roman Reigns.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't know if that's the same point as when he turned heel.
Yep.
Or if that would be different because he had already won the championship at Payback at that point. But that was the first thing I thought of.
Yeah.
The Vince McMahon thing I get, but as I was trying to point out when you brought it up, like there's things that are still going on that started before the Vince McMahon thing. So it would be kind of hard to pinpoint that because in theory, those things should have been ended by now. If they were strictly Vince McMahon things. Primary one being the bloodline. And not only may it not end this year, but it may go a whole other year. Whether Roman has the title or not, because we still have to get to Rock and Roman next year, thanks to the Cody Crybabies this year.
Yeah, true.
So whether Roman loses or he doesn't, we still have at least one more year of the bloodline storyline.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
You've also still got the Judgment Day angle for however long that may still hold around, especially if Priest cashes in successfully.
Hopefully. And it actually means something.
Yeah, right.
But I kind of have to agree with what Sam said on his podcast. And that is WrestleMania 38. Cody Rhodes coming out of the ring for his debut.
You mean the stage?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Botch. But yeah.
Because that was an AEW presentation, an indie presentation, a self-made presentation being brought to the WWE.
Yep.
No alterations, same music, same attire,
same color scheme,
everything.
Yep. Same Homelander ripoff gear. I mean, what?
Shit, the only thing that they did was add the whole wrestling has more than one royal family.
Same name, same gimmick. No, they even brought that over from fucking AEW because that was there too.
Yeah.
I don't remember hearing it the couple times I saw him there, so.
It was literally cut and copy what he was in AEW brought over to WWE. And what's insane is that it works.
Yeah.
Because as many people that criticized it while he was in AEW, it was a WWE style character in AEW.
Yep.
And it
Which
worked.
Which, by the way, it wasn't even like that all the time. It just became that because the fans just turned. I don't like the fans in AEW sometimes. Anyway,
no, tribalist fans are horrible.
I agree. Sorry.
And since that, Jade has come over.
Yep.
With her same gimmick.
Shawn Spears.
Shawn Spears has come back with his same gimmick.
I apologize.
Yeah.
The only one who's really altered anything about them is Brian Pillman Jr. to Lexis King.
Mm-hmm.
And even then, still a member of the Nightmare Factory, or was a trainer of the Nightmare Factory. So there is that. Also, Maddie, to go back to the R word thing that Noah said, even though I don't think he meant that R word, I have autism, so it's okay. Everybody's got the R word.
I know you told me the other day.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, we had this.
Oh good lord, these freaking idiots! Rumor.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Golly, you guys are about as freaking slow buffering as freaking the IBM computer was when it said Toronto was in freaking America.
I figured you didn't mean that word, but dude, like the comedy gold when you said the R word and me saying, "What the fuck you called me?" was priceless, dude. That was priceless comedy time.
Hold on a second.
Yes.
We need Dragon Zord power now.
All right.
Hey,
how you doing, Jeff?
Hey, Jeff.
I'm good. Apparently, you got called a Riri before I came in. So I'm not try again.
There you go.
There you go.
Great. I'm at the center of the madness.
As usual.
You're the center square.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
You're the center square. You got to do it right, Jay.
You got to center square.
Center
Jeff,
square, Paul Lynn.
You got
Yes, sir.
here just in time for the main event topic.
I always knew I was the bottom.
I was the last one to go, and then you just got here. Like I said, it helps if I'm allowed to keep things
All right.
on track, James.
Go ahead, JJ. Don't mind me. I'm gonna mute.
Hold on, JJ. Allow me to do it because I think it's been enough time of madness before you freaking give it back that he's finally earned it. He's reached that boiling point with us. Damn it, James! You freaking idiot!
Sorry.
So the main
sweet
event
baby
topic,
Jesus.
the current era of WWE that we are in.
Yes.
When did it begin?
Yes.
We've had
All
some
right.
people in the room say when Roman Reigns turned heel.
Mhm.
We've had some people in the room say when Vince McMahon left.
Mhm.
The reveal of Paul Heyman with Roman was mentioned,
Kind of the same thing, yeah.
as was Cody's return.
Okay.
You can agree with any of those if you think that that is the moment, or you can completely pull something else out.
You can have to read the super chat though if you want, because that's great shit.
$2 from Emmanuel. I'll take Noah for the win for Hollywood Squares. And Real Wyatt says we're looking like the Brady Bunch. Well, we need 2 more for that. So
Yeah, that's
We need 2 more, and if we had 2 more, we would definitely have the Hollywood Squares going. And I'm definitely going in for the block here. So let me try. Okay. Christ, what did I walk into? You crazy people.
Usual, Jeff. All the usual.
That's it. Shit. So I was of the thought process when you introduced this, or actually when Walter introduced this topic to us. So thank you for that, Walter.
Yeah.
Oh, there goes my little filter. Jeff, I'm ultra bright Jeff now.
There you go.
No filter whatsoever. Is there ever a filter on me though?
I had Squirtle looking at me.
That's right. Why not? Everybody needs to look at somebody sometimes. Anyway, now I agree with the Roman categorization without a doubt, but I was also of the thought process that it also is unfortunately a side. Well, not unfortunately, because we've actually got some really good stuff here the last 4 years. The pandemic. I really think that the onset of the entire world changing necessitated WWE to change. And they did. And they did right away. They immediately went, okay, we're in an unprecedented situation. We have to change with and adapt. WWE has always been that company that adapts because, as Evolution taught us in 2003, you either adapt or you perish.
Or get injured.
I wasn't going to pick on
Jeff.
Randy and Dave. I wasn't going to pick on Randy and Dave this week. Anyway.
Or you
That
fuck
was my
Melina in
answer,
the car
Jeff.
in the
Thank
parking lot.
Yeah, that's true. That too.
I just got here, but check, please.
Batista lost his virginity. Sorry.
We'll let Jeff pick up the tab.
I don't know about Dave losing virginity, but maybe Melina. Anyway, I love Melina. That was horrible. I apologize for that one for real. Like, I love Melina. Like, legitimately, she's a friend. That was fucked up of me. I'm sorry.
My fault. It's my fault.
It's totally your fault. Totally your fault.
It's all my fault.
Anyway, yeah, I would say the Roman Reigns head of the table era, the tribal chief era, Paul Heyman with him. As a result, if I'm being real, because I still feel that, thank you, King Mike, I still feel as though him getting to that point was a indirect result of the pandemic. If you think about it, he missed WrestleMania because of the high probability of him having an issue with the contamination intermixing with his leukemia, which was in remission, yes, but leukemia is not to be trifled with. So you don't want to get into a bubble
Where you at,
during
Jeff?
something like that.
Give
right?
me some. That's exactly what I said. Where's your fist?
Boom, there you go. There you go. Boom, there you go. Actually, no, wait, we're talking pandemic, so we'll do a fist bump instead of a high five because pandemic, bad. No.
Keep 6 feet. Keep 6 feet.
So I would say the last 4 years would be the current era of WWE, and whether you want to blame the pandemic or commend the heel turn of Roman Reigns and the pairing with Paul Heyman, which both of those things, WWE going into the Thunderdome and keeping going when a lot of businesses and genres weren't.
Yeah.
Like the guy and his personal shenanigans or not, those were both Vince-isms.
Yeah.
We all clamored for Roman Reigns to pull that trigger, and they finally did. Now, granted, the last 4 years, I would say the first 2.5, maybe 3, it was like, yeah. And then it's like, yeah, okay, now what? So I would say, yes, the current era of WWE, and by trickle down, because if we're being honest, WWE dictates the course of the entire industry. It always has.
Yeah.
Other than that, whatever it was, year and a half that the NWO was, cooking with gasoline, and they forced WWE to change the way they dictated the industry. That's been WWE. That's been what they've done. And if you look at, WWE kept in business, AEW kept going. They had their own football stadium at their disposal, so bally for them. But they did it. TNA went into the bubble and kept going. Impact went into the bubble. Gotta get my terminology straight for the moment. New Japan last holdout, but they went back to work at a fairly quick rate.
Yeah.
Not as quick as the American-based companies, because over there in Asia it was a little bit more crazy with the COVID. But that's a whole other show, and we'll just leave that where it is on that other show. But the business was able to survive because WWE showed that it could.
Yep.
People were convinced that this is the end. We hit the point with Owen Hart's tragedy. Oh, that's the end of the business. We had the thing with Benoit. Oh, that's the end of the business. They kept going. WWE kept going because they knew they could, and they could get through it, and they could survive that. If they could survive the unprecedented, unfathomable tragedies that occurred with Owen Hart and Chris Benoit, they could get past a global pandemic, and they did it with gusto.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that whole period of March through whatever it was, September for Payback 2020, August of 2020. I would say that period of time that WWE had to go.
I will say the Thunderdome is still one of the worst things ever created, and it still hurts.
Okay. visually it's a hot mess. And if you've got visual issues or you have issues with like, sight, sight sensory, goddamn, don't watch Thunderdome Era. Oh my God, you will die. You will have a spaz. It'll be a thing.
Yeah, it's bad.
But out of that, could they have done it without, they proved they could. They just didn't have the ability to remain patient with it, and they wanted a full crowd. However, they got it. Now, again, AEW had the people pockets throughout their stadium. TNA ran empty. It was doable in a lot of different ways. WWE just wanted to be innovative. They wanted to be different. And if, they want to, sorry, Jay, if they want to give people onset epilepsy, hey, that's their decision. That's their choice. They're grown people.
That is
But, and I have chosen, I've had to, in watching back some of these, especially like WrestleMania or whatever. I mean, luckily WrestleMania was outdoors, and the one year it wasn't, there was nobody there. So that was nice. Watching that Thunderdome Era stuff, you have to really focus your eyes on the ring or it hurts. It's bad.
Yeah.
So other than the crowd, I think it's the resulting thing has been the major creative shift.
Yeah.
And maybe this is me looking a little too conspiratorially into it. Them having to consolidate and keep things more in-house opened up a lot of eyes to a lot of shit that hadn't been seen before. And they went, maybe we should look more into the corporate structure of this company and figure out where the problem is.
Yep, and they found it quick.
Well, not quick enough for some folks, but
yeah,
yes.
but they
Yes.
found it
In
quick
the last,
and realized it was a problem.
in the last 4 years, the creative direction has shifted upward, and the people power. Oh, I'm sorry. The people in power have been made to shift. So that was good.
That was good.
Ironically enough, the head of the table was the issue.
By the way, Matty Laws, what were you trying to say? Because you came on camera for a second and it looked like you had something to say. I assume it was about the Thunderdome because you looked very upset.
No, it was the fact that the Thunderdome may in fact be one of the worst periods of wrestling I have ever had to sit through and watch.
Yeah.
Did you have to sit through 2010 TNA?
Hold on. The issue I had with it is because I was in one of those Thunderdome watch-alongs.
Oh God! Oh,
and they gave us cues.
Yeah, they did.
For when to clap,
I did
when
one.
to act like we were entertained, and I'm like, this is not. This you guys are doing this without holding a gun to my head.
Yeah. The problem with it is it was studio wrestling, but we live in an era that studio wrestling does not work anymore.
Yeah.
You can't can the laughter in wrestling in 2020 through 20. You can't. It's a different audience, it's a different time.
In every WWE show though.
And even then, studio wrestling exists. If you were a fan of the NWA era, the last 10 to 15 years, they run out of studios. And as far as I remember, there was never anybody telling us when to cheer or boo. It was organic. So yeah, there was a lot that was wrong with the Thunderdome era, but I still, the question is what started this era of WWE and what started and the answer is the pandemic and the Thunderdome.
Yeah, you're right.
And Roman. So
The only argument I have to that though is eras can be short. So we can have that pandemic era be its own separate entity and have it end the moment we have live fans introduced again.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to believe, and like I said, I connected the dots Pee-wee's Playhouse style with the whole, having to do that opened up a lot of other cans of worms that weren't wanting to be opened up.
Boogeyman style or like?
No, I mean, like I said, corporate structure shit. People running the show shit. And again, there will never be, and I don't care who you are in this room. There will never be anybody at the head of a wrestling company, running a wrestling company that's ever going to be squeaky clean, going on the express lane of the pearly gates. It's not going to happen. It's not that business.
Wrestling. How about any company in the world? Period. You got some skeletons in your closet to be.
Well. That's not entirely true. It's just I've never been involved with one that is.
Yeah. XO.
I get it. I understand the reference.
I see what we're doing. Okay.
I'm Steve Rogers.
It took me a minute. I looked down here in the green room because
I'm looking
I
like,
don't
what
know
the
if they did it up here. I looked down in the green room and I see Noah has an X, and I was like, "This motherfucker really went Hollywood Squares." It's like, okay, let me make it.
Hey, he asked for it.
I don't know. What do we want?
I missed that game show. James, wrong letter.
Oh, am I supposed to be an X? I don't know. I can change it. All right, Maddie Laws, you gotta be a letter. I don't know.
Yeah,
I went X, Noah.
Unless someone takes the Jeff or Walter for the win and they become an O.
All right.
What is happening? We're playing Tic Tac.
Y'all ready? Y'all ready?
Imagine that's over 7 squares.
Is X gonna give it to us?
X gonna give it to you. He's gonna give it to you. All right, then I'll do it again. I hope
Hey, there you go. 3 in a row. All right.
Yeah, I deleted it.
Yeah, W.
Forgot that I deleted it.
Oh, okay. Whoops.
Oh, Jay for Jeff.
Train
I
has
got
officially
He got
left the
100.
station.
He got 100 uploads. Forgot to freaking cut that one. Damn it.
Well,
But
no, because me and Jeff went through and we cleaned out the room of stuff we don't use all the time, and we weren't using it, so we deleted it.
Oh, bummer.
Gotcha.
Oh well.
Freaking Sesame Street X.
Oh well. Here. Well,
Just throw that
I
up
mean,
there.
I mean,
the
you know.
X- Oh my.
Yeah,
Okay. The
yes,
X I
yes.
had. Gotcha.
Yes. Okay. So I'm fixing my name. This is silly.
See, what the hell's happening?
Look at the heading.
All right. Well, we received a super chat from Arlene.
Yes, I see that.
Let's
Yes.
go ahead and address that. Thank you very much, Arlene, for the $5 super chat. Do you guys think that Tiffany Stratton will be champion by the end of the year? And if so, which title do you think she wins?
So I'm going to say this right now because of the potential she's shown since last year when she won the vacated title from Lyra Valkyra and what she's done so far. I'm going to call it right now looking at the entire WWE. I think she wins Money in the Bank and cashes in for her first championship.
That was actually going to be my pick when we do Money in the Bank predictions. Like it was going to be Tiffany.
If she gets in that match, she would be a good one. And if she defeats Rhea, I say have her cash in on Becky Lynch. Becky's the one that dethroned her for the NXT title.
Yep, full circle.
And let her cash the briefcase in and take the Raw Women's title.
Yeah,
I know that's not what it's called anymore, but goddamn it, that's what it is to me.
First off, once again, fuck WWE name conventions. Secondly, Money in the Bank should allow you to cash in whatever the fuck you wish. So yeah, there you go.
Exactly. My other pick would be Jade to take the briefcase, but that's just personal for me and Walter. Tiffany makes the most sense, I think, though.
Yes.
Oh yeah, by the way,
and Jade could lose that match without taking a pinfall, so she still stays strong.
Exactly.
That's true. That's true.
I feel a cough coming because she's debuting in my home state, but I got to work. But I might be getting sick.
Yeah,
easy there.
Yeah, I mean, you might want to check your temperature the day before. Give them 24-hour notice.
Yeah, true that.
Tell them you caught a bout of the COVID.
Yeah, might have got a bit of the itis. That's full circle for you, since we mentioned that earlier.
Which itis? Whatever itis.
Whatever itis.
Nah.
Itis we don't want
If
to
you've
talk
ever watched the Boondocks, Maddie, the itis is when you eat so much that you fall asleep into that food.
That's the first thing we brought up at
itis.
the beginning of the show.
We've been calling it that before that.
I remember the itis. Uncle Jay introduced me to Boondocks. I remember the itis.
Damn right.
Boondock Saints then stole it from the Boondocks and said,
I
think
don't know about that. I think Boondocks. I think the animated Boondocks series came long after the Boondocks Saints movie.
Yeah. No. Well, no. I was talking about the anime show that was.
Oh. that I didn't know existed. So cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Monster.
All right. So
Shield
that's
time?
going to just about wrap things up for this week.
Yay.
I feel the need to run once again our WrestleMania week trailer now that Jeff is here and can actually see it. Look at him getting all excited sitting up
Yeah,
there.
baby.
And then we will come back and we will do our shills and everything and we will sign off. So even though we ran it earlier today, now that the man whose name is on the marquee is here, here is everything that you get to look forward to, not even counting the people that make the plus sign in the middle of the screen. On WrestleMania week.
Aha.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
Yeah, that's a lot.
It
By the
is.
way, Jeff, you're muted. Oh, there you go.
No, he's not muted anymore.
No, it's my favorite time of year, man. I love it. I love that we had both the themes that we talked about yesterday, which I think is super cool. Go to Raw. Whoever's debating going to Raw the next day, go to Raw.
I know we have a better Raw than I did. That's for sure.
I was gonna say I know last year's Raw for Mania was what it was, but it's still the Raw for Mania.
The Wachovia Center or the Lincoln again? The Lincoln.
No, everything but Mania is at the Wells Fargo Center.
Okay.
Well, I think it used to be called Wachovia. It's now Wells Fargo because that bank was bigger than the other bank.
True. That is true.
Corporate mergers.
And I did take that day off. Shit, I might as well.
I mean, that's why I'm taking the day off because you're probably gonna be stuck in traffic getting back to the hotel anyway. Just throwing that shit out there. Learn from the folks in New Jersey. Learn from them, Walter. Learn from them. Freaking traumas. But yes, I love that. Nicely done, sir. You got a lot of shit on your own channel that I didn't even know was gonna be a thing, man. I'm gonna no sleep that whole week for us all.
No sleep till Brooklyn.
NXT Takeover Brooklyn, right?
Well, no, because I was gonna say because Brooklyn's next week on Raw, is it not, or the week after?
No, it's the go home to Raw.
With The Rock. So April 1st with The Rock. Okay, so yeah, I'm probably not going to sleep till that Monday anyway, so she's not wrong.
I was quoting the Beastie Boys, but hey, it worked out perfectly.
Well, no,
quoting.
The Beastie Boys was on tonight at the hockey game because we had to fight for right to party and we won in overtime. So
there you go.
Yeah.
All right. Well, while that trailer ran, we got another super chat from Arlene for $5. Thank you, very much, Arlene. When the rematch between Dom and Ray happens, do you think Dom should win over him? Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Being real, he should have won last year. But I definitely think he'll get the rematch.
Yeah. Absolutely should get the dub this time around. Overall, I think we're all in unanimous agreement. Although we do not see Matty Laws, so we do not know.
I think he should retire his father, to be honest.
Yeah, especially after Ray's performance on SmackDown. You know, the way he botched those moves in that match, Ray's finally really starting to show that he needs to hang it up.
Yeah, Ray. We've known Ray has needed to hang it up for a minute. Like, this last run that he's had has been insane because he's been able to do what he's been able to do.
Yep.
Yeah.
And all of us have been able to retain that memory of, hey, Rey Mysterio is still as good as he was maybe whenever we first saw him. Maybe.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
he's almost 50 fucking years old, guys.
No, for real. For real.
And he's been wrestling longer than I've been alive. That's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
Do you realize how many WrestleManias he's missed due to injury on top of that?
Mother, can you get my Ovaltine and cookie ready? Thank you.
Yeah. real quick, also, add to Maddie's point, also, like, he had a superb indie run on top of his WWE return.
Dude, his matches in Lucha Underground were ridiculous.
No, they were.
Nuts, man. Like, go out of your way to seek those out if you've never seen them. You want to see some of the best of Rey Mysterio, you can't not skip over Lucha Underground. You can't do it.
No.
Yeah, I honestly think that when Rey Mysterio retires, he's gonna put over his own son, or he'll probably put over both Dominic and Santos Escobar.
Yeah.
No, he should
say his name.
Whose name?
Rey Mysterio.
Both of them.
Rey Mysterio.
Man, you got some gusto on that. Damn.
I wish to God they were both going to be here for Mania and had the Spanish commentary. God damn it.
Mysterio Jr.
Damn you, Walter, having to go fuck it up and actually go to the show.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what could be hilarious is Walter comes in as a live correspondent, but he talks only in Spanish.
Oh, Jesus.
That would be hilarious. we talked to Walter in English. Hey, Walter, how's it going, man? Sí, problema. No speak English.
So
see, right now, I'm just pissed at you for fucking up the Spanish commentary thing. If you get to see Jade's WrestleMania debut, I'm gonna disown you, fucker.
Oh my!
Wow.
I wouldn't go out JJ's way in June when you come out here. I would just go right through Victorville and just get straight here.
Disown him.
Do you know any Spanish?
Walter knows.
I took 1 year of Spanish back in 9th grade. I'm lucky to know any Spanish.
Taquito, burrito, dos cervezas, por favor.
Taco Bell.
Taco Bell, no.
JJ, only dos. Only dos.
Baby.
But if you're young and you
fair,
really want to see the best of Ray, go watch Halloween Havoc, Ray versus Eddie Guerrero.
Hey,
yes,
Eddie Guerrero.
Yes.
Eddie.
Dude,
Yes.
Damn.
Right?
Very good. Very good.
I would say any Rey Mysterio prior to that first significant injury in early 1998, you got the good shit.
Yeah.
Because Psychosis in ECW and WCW, Malenko in WCW, Eddie in WCW, Chris Jericho prior to the injury. You know, like Rey Mysterio's first 3 to 4 years on mainstream American television, but other than the stuff in Mexico, because my God, obviously. But when he was brought to our global or American and then global attention from like 95 to early 98. And what I was going to say earlier was the trouble with Ray now is his brain's finally caught up with his knees as far as it's just not there anymore for him. And it's not that he's not trying. And again, I'm not going to sit here and say he's botched any moves because, I botched just trying to get to go to the fucking bathroom in intermission here on the show. Is what it is. I got the friggin' athletic ability of a sloth on a good day. But the thing is,
at least you're not a McMahon tearing quads just trying to get in the ring.
It gets close. It gets close, brother. It gets close.
Both the male McMahons.
Hell! If you want to go the whole family, 3 out of 4 McMahons do approve of quad tears. They've done it. It's that fourth one that we're worried about. It's that fourth one though. Stephanie's holding out.
Well, don't jinx it. Don't jinx it.
Hey, she's staying home. She's staying home. She's relatively safe.
Yeah, she's retired. She's the smart one.
Listen, kids, you know this, Jeff. If they run around and she trips on something, quad tear. Could happen.
Step on a Lego.
I would tend to. Y'all that aren't parents out there, there are a few things in this world that are worse than stepping on a Lego.
Dude.
So when you see Legos introduced as a hardcore match weapon, don't laugh. It's not fun.
Yeah,
it's
not
some
even
serious ass shit.
That serious. Like
that was one of the few times I popped for Joey Ryan for real. It's like he introduced Legos. I'm like, you are an evil, twisted mucker brother, Joey Ryan. Shame on you. But I applaud it because it was funnier.
I will argue though because
cause a good person to go evil.
I will say this though, because I'm along with you, even though JJ doesn't agree with the fuck Joey Ryan trade. Michael Nakazawa did it better, and that's saying a lot. Sorry.
Nakazawa is also an evil son, but dude, okay. I would like to appeal. I don't know who runs. I don't know if like Lego's like a subsidiary of somebody else, but I would like, if I may, to appeal to Lego to keep your product out of the hands of Minoru Suzuki. People will die.
God.
They will literally die.
Yes.
No.
He will create cities to destroy them as weapons.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. You talk about King Kong Godzilla, Minoru against anybody with Legos. Like we're talking like countries level. Just no.
Yeah.
I take your guys' Lego deathmatch spot and I raise you Brandon Cutler bringing out an entire bag of D&D dice, which is
right. I am not a fan of his.
I have stepped on a metal D4. I am a D&D nerd myself, and that shit stuck to the heel of my foot, and I was
yeah.
If I wanted to make somebody pop with a toy in a hardcore spot, I would use a bag full of jacks.
No, I don't know, dude. I think metal D&D dice might take it for me.
Why are you advocating that kind of bodily harm on my network? What are you doing to me? What are you doing? What are you doing?
This is gone.
I've stepped on jacks
one
before.
of those Anderson spine busters. Just
You wrong? Yeah, seriously. How did our parents survive playing jacks? Like that's some like next level like just shit waiting to happen.
Wait, hold on. We're coming up with all these ideas. I know one man who could do it. Hey, Chris Park, where you at?
Where's Matt Cardona, the king of the death match?
Well, our generation used to play with darts, lawn darts.
Fair.
Remember those?
That's well, I mean, so did Kevin Nash in Orlando. To be fair, anyway,
his name was Rey Mysterio, coming back full circle.
That's right. Yeah. The problem with Chris Park right now, James, is that his football team sucks so bad. He's gone into hiding. He just is like, nope.
It's true.
There you
go.
Tables and tax sounds more sensible than this stuff. Just shows how scary the industry is.
Like I said, Chris Parks just makes bad choices in life. He wrestles in hardcore matches with stuff, and then he picks loser football teams. He's just a bad person. It's okay. Anyway. Something else was mentioned in the intro, and I missed it. I was going to comment on it. No, that wasn't it.
The Anderson
Go ahead, JJ.
Spinebuster on the Jacks.
No. Way after that, like right before I mentioned, right before James mentioned Abyss.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
The lawn darts.
No, it's okay.
I'm sorry.
No, not your fault. It's my own brain. I'm on overload. Kings won. I'm in a good mood. I'm on overload. You're good.
That's fair. Okay. Okay. Anyway, plugs.
2 hours probably too. So
yes,
plugs. By the way,
plugs.
All the plugs. That's it.
Before I pull my.
I want everybody else to go before me because I got quite a few.
Oh, well.
Okay.
Usually JJ and I go last, but okay.
I was gonna say we don't have graphics for you, so
you might as well go first if anything.
Yeah, honestly, you should
I
probably.
I can go first if y'all want me.
Yes.
You're on.
First better.
Okay. So, Tuesday, Raw Ball Podcast. Wednesdays, we might be doing Crew Day. Thursdays, we should be doing Crew Days. Every pay-per-view, we will be doing a watch-along, and that includes Ring of Honor. Other than that, I'm here on Wednesday for the Greg Cherry Show, as always.
Woohoo!
And anywhere else that anybody wants me, I am usually available for. So just keep your eyes plugged anywhere and everywhere. I should be there. And yeah.
Wrestling karaoke next Saturday. You down?
Karaoke? Dude, I'm always down for wrestling karaoke. You know that.
Yes.
All right, we'll add your name to the wheel.
Next Saturday, my name will be on the wheel because your boy knows wrestling themes.
Yeah,
your
buddy.
Your boy knows wrestling themes.
Can you do that auto-tuned New Japan Bullet Club theme?
Oh my god!
Which one?
That'd be hilarious, actually.
Wait, why are you vacant? No, I'm confused.
Because I'm about to vacate this freaking thing.
He's the winningest champion of all time.
That's right. He's the GOAT.
Oh no! Toriano, no!
Not this guy again.
Oh no! Now it's back to unknown. I don't know.
How dare you go away from Yano?
Hey!
Look at those nipples.
JJ is trying so hard to sign this off. He's trying so hard. God love you, Jay. Oh my God.
I'm off for the night. Thank you so much for having me on.
Thank you, brother.
Maddie, we'll do a duet on wrestling karaoke, brother. I promise.
Dear God,
now
help
both
us.
do the auto-tune together.
Bye,
it's
Maddie.
gonna sound so damn bad. Bye, Maddie.
That's the whole point. That's why you do it.
That's exactly him.
And if he's still watching,
God.
Just so you know, Maddie, the Dominguez family can be a menace on karaoke night.
Yes.
Oh God, yes. Dude. Like I always sweat our monthly payout threshold goal being reached, and I go, I got karaoke. We're good. Fuck it.
The only karaoke I'll do is this. Just because I still believe, unlike JJ.
Yeah, that's fair.
Say his name and
he shall appear. I believe in Joe Hendry. I don't know why I went country with it.
Classic when he mocked.
They're not based in Nashville anymore, James. You don't have to country it. It's okay.
Are you sure?
I don't know. No, I'm not sure. I have no fucking idea, actually.
Don't give ideas. Too late. Probably already gave ideas. Joe Henry doesn't watch this.
Hey, Joe Hendry does watch this because Joe Hendry is saying you and Dattila a song.
That, and let's be fair, he worked with What Culture, so there is every possibility he might be watching some YouTube.
I miss WCPW, if I'm being honest with you.
I agree. That show was the shit. Sorry.
You and Dattila could do Joya.
That's true. There's no
Yes.
That's not bad.
Granola.
Yes.
I do miss
that has
Joya.
to be a thing. Arlene, take note.
Oh,
no one Dattila do the Joya theme song.
No dancing.
All the dancing.
We'll give them the side-by-side vertical.
Side-by-side vertical.
If we're gonna do no, I caught dibs on being Yuya.
Uh-oh. Well, now we're all accused.
Someone give me a little triangle.
We're gonna do the whole Joya theme. We'll be stuck for 5 minutes.
That's true.
Oh no, I just kidding. I just
Jeff is trying. Get back to the rails, guys. Come on.
Yeah, seriously. Let's finally pull into the station. All right.
Yes, let us start running through the mini graphics here. First and foremost,
all the graphics.
Follow the Cleveland combatant Josh Mansfield, the Meltzer of the multiverse, who popped into the chat here at the very beginning and completely missed Matty Laws in the room.
Yes, he
Shame
did.
on him.
Young boy.
That's right.
Follow him on Twitter at Walking Hymnal and on Instagram at Mallowmangram. Also, big shout out to Big Baller G, who will be at WrestleMania with Walter. There is a WrestleMania meetup. I'll let Walter plug that when we get to him. But you can follow Big G on TikTok, Big Baller G 1988. On Twitter, NoDQ_ Big Baller G. On Instagram and Threads, NoDQ_ Big Baller G 1988. The Tilla.
You can follow me on Twitter at @the_. I talk all things wrestling, Raw, SmackDown, AEW Dynamite, AEW Rampage. Well, I tweet about AEW Rampage, and of course TNA. I go live Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, occasional weekends for all things TNA exclusively on Body Slam, and I have some cool simulcast coming for WrestleMania week. I have 7 simulcasts, so talk more about that next week.
Including NXT simulcasts. Yes, she will be doing the Go Home to NXT, Stand and Deliver, and the NXT After Stand and Deliver as co-host for her friend.
Clarification, only Stand and Deliver will be simulcast. Go Home and After will not be simulcast.
That is true.
You're going to have to let me know your friend's YouTube channel then so I can make sure I'm there to mess with you in the comments.
There you go.
Before we move on to the next one, Arlene says, what is this that Noah's going to dance?
Nothing.
It's the Joya dance.
It's a friggin' gesture.
Joya.
Yeah, it's a Joya dance.
That's all it is.
Joya.
All right, it's enough. Not
by the way, Yuya Uemura is killing it in New Japan. By the way, let's go.
I'm glad he's doing really good. He learned a lot in TNA.
A shaved head, a new identity. It's interesting to see where he goes from here.
Well, I mean, when he comes back to do Joya, it's going to be weird with a bald head.
I don't think he's coming back.
Nah.
No, probably not.
He had his excursion. Now he's in New Japan for the long haul.
That's fair. Anyway.
Yeah.
All right, Walter.
Yes, I am. I was on mute. Botch. All right, so on the X, Twitter, or whatever the hell you want to call it, it's at Walter Alex Cruz. The Instagram is Cowfire Farm. The YouTube is at Rage of Wrestling. We do got the watch along coming up April 13th for UFC 300. We are doing a no DQ meetup. I believe Big Baller said 1 p.m. on Saturday at the Xfinity Theater there in Philly. So I'll get the confirmed exact time, but I believe he said 1 o'clock on Saturday. So once we get there with that, once I talk to him and we get it official, I know he mentioned 1 o'clock Saturday. So that's what I think. And then we got more content coming out, and that's it for me.
There you go. And just so you know, Noah, Arlene's always messing with me too. Says, meanwhile, Shawn Michaels missed the opportunity to turn Thea Hale heel. No, he did not. How dare you, Arlene? Leave my Thea alone.
Thea heel?
Gone heel.
Yeah, Thea Hale heel.
Yeah, Thea heel.
As long as she's a student in Chase U, she will never graduate to that next level to become a champion.
Chase U.
Never.
By the way, am I the only one that thinks that the wrestling camps like the Creed Brothers and Alpha Academy should have been a part of Chase U? Because it's not really much of a university. I'm just saying.
It's not even at
breathe, Noah. Breathe. Okay.
Remember, Noah, they have to pay for those rants.
That is true.
Until then, Chase U represent. I
Now.
believe in Chase U. I do not believe in Joe Hendry.
They have to pay us like they pay for those calendars.
But just remember, Noah, if you enroll in Chase U, he may believe in Joe Hendry one day. So just have to keep the faith, brother.
I still say Noah will enroll in Chase U before I believe in Joe Hendry.
Never.
WrestleMania weekend's coming. It could happen at the same time. Would that be beautiful over spring break?
That would be weird.
Spring break.
For us.
I'm gonna go full on Rocco's Martin live gift never mode here in a moment. If you all don't stop talking about Chase.
Okay.
Excuse me.
It's gracious.
And that's the perfect.
You
sign
can
right
follow
there.
me on Instagram, the Renegade JJ Williams, on Twitter, ROWJJ Williams, on YouTube, Casa D18 Studios. Thank you to everybody that is currently watching, the 8 of you that are watching on my channel right now. Thank you to everybody who has super chatted throughout the evening. My primary show, For the Love of Wrestling, Mondays through Thursdays, 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern, where I cover all of those shows, all of those companies. SmackDown and Impact on Mondays, Raw Tuesday, NWA Power and NXT on Wednesday, Dynamite on Thursday. I've said it on social media this week. I will say it now for the world to hear since I'm on a live feed. If you are not watching NWA Power on the CW app, download it, watch this week's episode, specifically fast forward to the semi-main event, Tiffany Nieves versus Ruthie J.
Yes.
One of the best women's matches I've seen, period, in a long time, and definitely the best I've seen on NWA Power since I started covering it.
There you go.
Holy shit, was this match fucking phenomenal.
There you go. Finally, NWA gets a dub.
Make sure you tune in every Tuesday to Stat Boy Sports Bar, 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern. I don't know exactly what Stat Boy has on deck, but I'm sure with the UFL kickoff next weekend, he will be previewing those games. Of course, the USFL and the XFL merging. So that's going to be big. I know the UFL champions from last season and the XFL champions from last season are going to be facing off in the opening game this year.
On Saturday.
So that should be big, yeah.
This coming weekend, next weekend, next Saturday will be the OB kickoff.
Yeah. That's why it would be a preview this week.
Yep. And yeah, Mikey's switched back to 4 o'clock, 7/7 o'clock, but WrestleMania week, we're going to have him go at 3/6. That way it doesn't interfere with y'all doing the predictions.
That makes sense. There you go.
Okay.
Well, no,
we were keeping everything at uniformed times.
We had talked about that, you and I, off air. That's okay. Yeah, it was just one of those, I was doing that, but I realized, and you actually pointed out to me that they usually don't have the same audience, but for WrestleMania week, I want everybody to be able to get the right amount of audience. So,
but by the way, Noah, buddy, look up. It's a good thing.
Yeah.
We
We got a $5 super chat. Let me host James
Yeah,
from
about
Arlene. Let Noah rant, damn it.
JJ, Jeff, whoever wants to, set a timer for about 20 seconds. I'll give you something.
Okay, good.
At least it's for Arlene. At least give her 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
It's Arlene.
2 minutes.
Anybody else, they got a super chat more for that.
Alrighty.
It's Arlene. She's your
2
number
minutes?
one fan.
So 2 minutes? Okay.
2 minutes ranting.
All right. Ready?
Oh, Lord. All right.
Go.
You don't freaking believe in shit. You that unaccredited university that has nothing but jack shit going for it because of damn counter campaign. You want me to believe in your NXT? It's not gonna happen. Never. Not when the world falls in eternal darkness due to a total eclipse on freaking April 8th. I will never believe in Chase University. I especially won't believe in the 2 dropout hookers that came and get part of Godfather's whole trade after ruining the entirety of the Heritage Cup. You probably almost believe in Riley Osborne, maybe leading Cup with Drew Gulak. But no, you cannot hold up to the integrity of the Heritage Cup. You cannot hold up to integrity of technical wrestling. You gotta have some mid-range victorious T-neck bullshit reality midlife summer night dream, love story angle, in a fucking underrated, undercredited college in fucking WWE. This is why I don't care about WWE. WWE is nothing but fucking piss poor, B-rated reality, trying to cosplay as wrestling. That's why Roman Reigns is so fucking overrated. That's why he needs to lose the damn title. Why didn't Cody win last year? It's beyond me. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous what WWE is doing right now. If you want me to actually believe that WWE can actually book good professional wrestling, are you fucking kidding me? There's a reason why I only have one women's match that actually mattered last year. And as far as Chase U goes, the day Chase U dies is the day I actually might watch NXT on a weekly basis. And you cannot convince me otherwise.
You still got 33 seconds if you want to.
Oh, okay. Let's see. What else? Oh, yeah. As far as Roman Reigns goes, holding WWE down hostage, absolute, utter, stupid, lazy bullshit. Contemporary ways of WWE just bleaching the audience dry of their money while trying to control them with a vacuum filter that still takes away from me actually believing in anything anybody says on the mic. Why don't you try and be fucking organic for once in your life? How does it I believe in TNA and AEW and NWA when it comes to their promos, their pageant, what they do in the ring, more than the biggest company in the industry with all the smoke and mirrors, hats, and tricks that you want to throw at me? You don't need this.
Look at that, a man that went longer than 2 minutes.
Good night, everybody. That's it. Check, please. I'll pay cash. Get me the fuck out of here. That's it.
Arlene says, my brother told me it was $20. Sorry, next time I'll make sure that I donate that amount for another Noah rant.
Dude, you give him $20 after something like that for 2 minutes, we're gonna get thrown off YouTube.
Okay, I'm better now.
Sweet baby Jesus. And yeah, standing ovation for real life. We love that. Oh golly. Okay.
Getting back to Stat Boy Sports Bar.
Oh yeah, okay.
Bar keeps on social media. Dory Lou Hathaway and Mike Caldwell on Facebook. Hathaway Lou and LB Stat Kid 1977 on Twitter. Dory Lou and Statboy 13 on the Instagram. Make sure you follow the Greg Cherry Brand on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube at Greg Cherry Brand. Wrong graphic.
It's okay. It's okay.
So make sure you tune into the Greg Cherry Show on Wednesday, 4 o'clock Pacific, 7 o'clock Eastern Time.
You're back every
Greg and Maddie Laws getting into a bunch of shenanigans.
As they do.
Real White says that was well worth it. Emmanuel says that won't help your blood pressure.
I got
That's also accurate.
I got very scared.
I don't even know what my blood pressure is right now, so don't worry about it.
I wouldn't want to know either right now. I'm just throwing that out there.
I'm worried more about your goddamn voice box because it sounds like you blew your vocal cords out just from that rant.
I'm fine. Everything's fine.
Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Hello, everyone. Okay, so
it's time for you.
Thank you. As I said last time, you can find me on the Zozo at James Heman on Facebook and at YouTube and Twitter at JHemanSide95. I do dumb things on the internet. And I have this thing, it's called JHemanSide Things, and I do great things. We're about to speak in normal voice now. Okay, cool. So
good.
So Jay Hebert Side of Things has actually been making a big comeback lately. So be on the lookout. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel. What is coming up for the Jay Hebert Side of Things are these little tidbits that I have just put into the graphics. Episode 7, Episode 8, Episode 9, and Episode 10 are available on demand right now, where we covered the same James Somerton controversy for the seventh episode. The Showtime Boxing Bellator MMA canceled, and the Hook Jinder Mahal BS with Tony, because that was recorded around the time it happened, so better late than never. Then there is Jay Hebert Side of Things, Episode 9. Scott D'Amore Fry from TNA, the Vince McMahon allegations going crazy, and also Warner Brothers Discovery actually looking to get into the streaming deal to compete with WWE, seeing what they can do. So there was rumors about that. We covered kind of on the show. Be on the lookout for that one. And I'm sorry, before I get to the other one, Episode 10 with Okada, my thoughts on him with the Messi brothers is pretty clear. Episode 11 and episode 12 will be coming out during WrestleMania weekend. I thought I wasn't going to have anything wrestling-wise, but I actually was able to arrange it to where these two things could be wrestling-related topics. Before we get into episode 11, there will be a James Somerton update because there's a lot kind of going on with that that's a bit concerning and something I want to talk about just because I think we all need to be better people when it comes to social media, and just even with critiques, I think we need to kind of slow it back a little bit. And then we'll talk about the Bloodline story, my thoughts on it, how well it's been going so far in the build-up to WrestleMania this year, and how they made it interesting yet again. Just when you think the Bloodline story runs out of juice, they throw a curveball at you, and now we got The Rock kind of injecting its gas in there. So there you go. Not that kind of gas, not natural gas. So be on the lookout for that. Episode 12, why WWE should hire YouTube musicians. That's going to be an interesting one. You'll notice Nick Nocturnal, Andy James, Jonathan Young are front and center on the title there. So be on the lookout for that one. And then the week after WrestleMania, why Sneeko and Jake Paul, oh boy, why they're degenerate losers. And that'll be fun. And why the legacy of Dragon Ball Z creator, the legacy of Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball creator entirely, Akira Toriyama. No one just mentioned it earlier. The legacy of that man, we're going to be covering on that podcast because, man, the world lost another great one. And then the last one that will be on there, the week after that, we'll go back to single episodes. Update on the Will Smith Jada. Will finally did it. He's finally done with her. Yay, finally. I actually talked about this, I think, episode 5. And I wanted to cover it for a while. Finally did. Now there's actually an update to that, so we're going to be covering it. As always, you can check out my uncle's documentary trailer, the first one in a Million documentary, which you saw earlier on the broadcast, as well as the new trailer, which is him giving a speech to the #1 team in the state of New Hampshire. High school-wise, check that out. It's one of the best speeches. By Matty Laws has even said that. One of the best speeches you will hear in sports. You want to know why the pros in hockey say he's one of the best coaches to ever do it. Listen and you'll know. I'm telling you, go check that out while you can. That is all I have for my plugs.
All right.
There you go.
Noah.
That's freaking awesome. Cindy got to meet Bull Nakano and Medusa. That is freaking awesome. Oh, sorry, plug. Two legends of the industry. Follow me if you choose on the Twitter and on YouTube. And then Foster1916, as always, for all things wrestling. Because I am nothing more but a simple man and a lifelong fan of oh yeah, professional wrestling, damn it! And again, follow me on those two mentions if you choose. Of course, YouTube is where you'll keep in touch with everything I do here, live and in conjunction with the WWF, other social media, and sometimes impromptu, out of nowhere, with the ATW crew. Shout out to them, of course, on the social media, including the Twitter. Stay tuned for the community tab, of course, where you can find all the type of simple assessments for all the biggest shows across all things wrestling, as well as snapshots of Prediction League predictors, their choices, and scores and leaderboards, as well as the forums, as well as further updates regarding what we do here at the WWF Multiverse Media, and just me maybe giving you a nice little hello and a positive spoiler-free outlook into the world of wrestling as we love it and know it too. Again, it's super simple. That's all I'm about, because at the end of the day, what do I wish to do but to only encourage you to just enjoy life and enjoy professional wrestling too. And if you can, I can't say it enough, if you want to try to be spoiler-free and you want to try and take care of yourself, protect your damn fucking mentality. And treasure your families. Support one another, respect each other. It's as simple as that. And I'm not going to say anything about that because I already ranted enough. And for those that are wondering, my blood pressure is fine. I am fine. I am breathing. All is fine. You have nothing to worry about. And as far as this next week goes, I have nothing I need to worry about either because I won't be doing anything till Saturday. 1 out of 10 chance I'll be doing anything at all while I'll be playing my PlayStation 5. It's fun, y'all. I wonder if Statboy is going to approve that rant. Good luck trying to clip that for him.
Yeah, right. For sure. There you go.
All right. Oh, Jesus. Looks like Jeff went and added a bunch of stuff in here. So I will let him go ahead and go. Tag him in.
So, again, not doing the rest talk rest of the musings until Mania Week, the 1st. So we'll just make that known a thing. And I'm not sure what show's going to be what day. So we're still working on it. However, in the interim, our friend of the channel, Ariel Belvalere, and her buddies, her bandmates, the LA Dolls, will be back out here at the Topanga Social week from tomorrow, 7 to 10. I know we were going live with our WrestleMania week hype video, but I can do that with headphones on at the mall. So that's what we're going to do because I want to go out there and support the girls. Also, Ariel just had her brand new single drop yesterday on my dad's birthday. Shout out to my dad. Happy birthday again. Till the Clock Strikes. I gave the song. I told her I loved it. It's a great song. And then she said it's her favorite thing she's ever done. I said, well, in that case, I'm not going to hold back. That's the best fucking thing I've ever heard her sing or produce. It is such a damn good song. It's on YouTube. It's on Spotify. Give it a listen. Give it a bunch of listens. Give the girl some love. It is one of my favorite songs I've heard in recent memory. I'm not a music guy. I know what I like, and I like that song. Her former bandmates, Paradise Kitty, I just have a generic picture for them because they're all over the damn place. They actually just got a booking. They're going to be on WrestleMania Friday and Saturday in Anchorage, Alaska. So God bless them. Their next show is in South Dakota. ParadiseKittyBand.com. Check them out. My buddy Nikki Stevens, along with her new band, Jesse Fury and the Sand, will be performing next Saturday. I will not be there. I will be in this chair singing far worse than these people. However, I will be here doing it by God because I can. So please give them a look. If you're in the LA area, they will be at the Hotel Cafe. Check them out on Jesse Fury and the Sound. They're also on Spotify. Quick shout out to my buddies on the King's Ice crew, Demi, who was not at the game tonight, and my buddy Michaela. The streak of Jeff getting the loves from his buddies in the Ice crew remains intact. I have not been to a game in the last 2 weeks where we haven't had some sort of like, oh, I haven't seen you forever, and the Kings have pulled off the win. So, dear God help us, because the playoffs are coming. Also, for you Disney Jeff Meacham fans out there, I have a lot of you guys know I had that that Facebook group, Meech's Disney Parks Fix, or whatever the hell I ended up calling it. That kind of petered out because the parks reopened and we didn't need to watch the shows on YouTube or whatever because we could go to the parks. However, I have not been back to the parks inside since I was we agreed to separate ways. But I am going back on May 24th, and for anybody, not just the Disney group, Fantasmic is also returning, and it's my favorite show. It's my favorite Disney thing ever, if I'm being 100% honest. So if you guys want to check it out, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to open up a green room, like that way people can just come in here, because you can only have 10 on screen at the time. You can have as many people as you want in the green room. So anybody that wants to watch the Return of Fantasmic that can't get to Disneyland, or people have never seen Fantasmic before that want to see what been driving Jeff batshit for 32 years, I will provide that link on the night of the 24th because I am going back. So just throwing it out there now because I think everybody should see Fantasmic at least once. And if this is going to be the way the show is going to look going forward after the terrible tragedy of the fire that killed the dragon, then I want to see it first and get my own opinion before I'm spoiled. So that's really it. Besides the the basic stuff, I'll be running I'll be able to run Stepway Sports Bar this week. I should be able to at least participate in the Greg Sherry show off screen. April 23rd. That is the week after Rebellion. I won't be down that way again until May 3rd because of a friend's birthday, but I'm only going downtown. So, Emmanuel, if you guys are in the availability of going on May 24th or Friday, let me know. I will be there for sure in the park that day. Only going to that park. I'm not doing DCA. Just it's too expensive, and I go to California to day drink, and it's not doing that right now. So anyway, that was my plugs. Again, Talk Wrestling will be back. Talk Wrestling is actually going to be back that week at WrestleMania. It's going to be the series finale. Not to be like a downer at the end here, but trying the approach that was asked of me to do it, bring it back to Q&A form, has not provided to be worth my time at the end of the day. And I can do musings, which is a broader show. I can do, talk about whatever I want and then still do the shills. So anyway, so whatever day I go talk wrestling live that week of WrestleMania will be the series finale. So history. So be ready for it. And then like the Stat Boy Sports Bar this week, Greg Sherry show this week, musings probably this week, just to kind of get going again. And then we're off to the races Saturday with WrestleMania. So WrestleMania week. So
oh yeah.
Oh boy.
Right.
Emmanuel did have a final question for us.
Mm-hmm.
Said if I had to ask a question to JJ and Jeff, if they were a tag team, who's the hot tag and who's the muscle?
Oh Jesus Christ!
I would probably be the muscle and Jeff the hot tag.
You think he'd be a better sympathetic babyface in the ring, waiting to tag me in to save the day?
Nothing got anything to do with being a baby face. We could be a heel team, but being is how I used to wrestle.
Well, that's fair.
I figure I would be the muscle doing the majority of the work, and you'd be the one to get the hot tag.
Yeah.
Come in, hit your 5 moves of doom, and get the pin.
I'd rather be Mikey, who also wrestled, than maybe like the Jim Cornette teaming up with the Midnight Express and just sit there and cower in fear of me getting hurt more than I already am.
You don't want to be the Mikey because Mikey broke his arm by being stupid.
No, that's what I'm saying. Have Mikey be your teammate and me be like the cowering manager who doesn't want to be there. Like be the I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. And get tagged in and go, oh fuck, now what? And shit my pants like Colonel Parker in War Games. Okay. Yeah, so, I agree with that answer. Yeah. 5 moves of doom. That's me.
That is going to just about wrap things up for us tonight. Until next weekend when we will be back with Wrestling Karaoke, the 2nd annual Wrestling Karaoke.
Hell yeah.
Looking forward to that. I know Noah, despite his outward appearance, is looking forward to that. He enjoyed himself more than he will let people know last year. If you don't believe me, go into the archives and watch that video from last year. Mm-hmm. Watch Noah do Kingdom. He enjoyed himself. Watch Noah do Sexy Boy. Watch Noah do Vince McMahon Stand Back with the dance.
Stand back. And Jay, don't forget, we're kicking off Wrestling Karaoke with the man called Sting.
So hopefully Noah is studying the words, listening to it, so that when we come on the air, there's none of this grumble, let me find the lyrics. God damn it, son of a bitch.
I will tell you right now, Noah, prepare, because the lyrics are hokey as fuck.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was the late 80s, early 90s. Like, we're talking
hard to find one that wasn't.
We're still like hair metal shit.
Oh,
yeah.
I like hair metal, but unfortunately, my hair is thinning. It makes me sad.
I like hair metal, but it wasn't hair metal. Oh god.
So, until next week for the 2nd annual Open Mic Night Wrestling Karaoke Show. For Matty Laws, for Mr. Reliable, for everyone's favorite Ranger fanatic, Datilla.
That's right.
For the Heeb man, James Hebert, the simple man with the spectacular voice, Noah Foster, the man whose name is on the marquee, Jeff motherfucking Meacham.
Yep.
I am the Renegade of Wrestling, JJ Williams. Thank you all for joining us and tuning in this evening. We will see you guys next week.
Pay the fee and he will rant.
Good night. The Jeff Meacham Network's Multiverse of Media. For over 15 years, the recognized symbol of excellence and the standard bearer in coverage of sports and entertainment.